I'm very excited to share this tutorial with you. We are building and deploying a SaaS product. I did give it a lot of thought what kind of SaaS product it would be, and I also wanted to build something that there are now tutorials already out there that do this. And I came up with idea of building a feedback collecting widget. So what we'll do is we'll create a widget that could be integrated into other applications, whether or not they're no code. Usually no code applications also do have a script tag that would be that users have to copy and paste it in there, or it could be even something like a React or built with the React framework NextJs. So then this would collect feedback, and we're also going to have a dashboard where users can log in and see the feedback from their users. We'll have features like authentication. This feedback would be sent to a database, and we'll host the database as well. We're going to use database functions. We're going to integrate Stripe payments, and we're also going to limit on how many projects users can create so that we have like a tiered system for subscriptions. And finally, we're going to deploy the application, which is also going to have this landing page that explains some of the features, even has a little demo on it, and gives the plans. Landing page is also responsive, and there's a lot of learnings ahead with this tutorial. I had so much fun working on it and filming it, so I'm very excited to be sharing with you today. And if you like my tutorials and if you enjoyed them, please make sure to like this video, also check out other tutorials and comment what you like the most about this one so I can keep doing that and consider that in my future videos. So without further ado, we're gonna get started. As a first step in this tutorial, we will create a React project that would hold the logic and the code for our snippet, and prerequisites for that is that you need to have Node.js version 18 or above or 20 plus. And what I have here open on the left side is terminal of my computer, and here on the right I have Vite documentation. Vite is the tool which we're going to use to create the React app, and it also helps us to run the React app locally and then afterwards bundle it so that we can deploy it and get it up there. Alright, so it does come with also other works with other frameworks, and we can specify which one. Since we're using React, we're gonna copy this, paste it in here. Template name I'm gonna update to React, and also change the name of the project. I'll name this SaaS. As for the version, you can install the latest, but to make sure you have the version that I'm using, you can also update exactly to that version, which is 4.3.1. All right, once that's ready, you can hit enter, and it will first ask you to install the package for create Vite, and we proceed. Say yes to that, and once it does that, we can navigate to the project, which is cd SaaS. Inside here, we need to install all the modules that we need to run the app. So let's do npm install. And once this is installed, I will open this in my IDE. I also recommend having an IDE setup of your choice on the machine. We need that to change and write the code. Okay, so, and we can now directly use the terminal of, I'm using VS Code, and to open terminal here and npm run dev is the command to start the application. It would start on this URL right here, which we can copy and paste it in the browser. So let's do that, and that's our app running. Now let's quickly go over what we have in the initial project here, file structure, and also some configuration files to understand which files go where. And also we're going to be updating these configurations later on to expose this project as an embeddable widget. So yeah, starting off with the Vite, anything that relates to Vite, changing the setup or how we bundle the app, this updates go in here. Then we have package.json where we can see the scripts. For example, right now we're running the dev script to get this on our local server, and then we have the list of dependencies that are installed in the project, so you can check the versions of all of these dependencies and their names. Then we have the source folder where all the code goes. The code that we're seeing right now for the homepage, that's located in app.jsx. And if we were to change this, for example, just the text, we're gonna automatically, it would reload and see the changes on our local. And then the CSS file is the styling for app.jsx, and index.css is for where our main style file. So we are actually not going to use CSS. We're gonna use Tailwind classes to do the styling, which we're gonna install after this. And as for the main.jsx, so this is the main file inside source folder, and you can see that it imports app.jsx, and it basically kind of creates this root and injects, renders app inside that. And then the one level above, we have index.html, where we have some metadata about the application, so inside the head. So it's an HTML file, and it also injects this main.jsx. It creates module, and all of our logic basically goes into one script. So if we were to add another script here, it would also load JavaScript from there, but we only have one for now. And we have public folder where usually all the assets like images, icons that you want to be publicly available goes. And node modules is all the code from the third-party node modules that we installed, and we have a list in package.json. All right, now we are going to install Tailwind in our project for the styling, and also Shadcn, which we're going to use as our UI component library. It comes with different pre-made UI components that are easily customizable, and we're gonna use some of them so we can focus more on building out all the functionalities and features, and there will be also some custom UI components that we have to build, but this makes it so much easier. And as for the setup, and you can also, if you want to add more components, you can always come to their documentation and browse all the components that they have. So now let's go to the configuration piece. So the first part, creating project, we already have that. And as second part is also adding the Tailwind. So I'm gonna copy this first installation command and open up terminal here. I'll open a new window and paste that in. Once that is done, we're gonna initialize the Tailwind. So if I copy the second command here, paste that, what that is going to do is it will create two files. One is for Tailwind configuration and one is for the post CSS. So if you want to change anything related to those two, it would go in these files. The third piece is creating the tsconfig.json file. And since in this project we're not in the React piece, we're not going to be using Tailwind. We're going to instead create JS config file, and Shadcn does also work with JavaScript projects. So in the root of the project is where I'm going to create a new file and name it JS config. Make sure that the name matches. All right, and now we can copy this file. So we are only going to have this configuration in compiler options. So this is basically setting how we can import the elements of Shadcn components. That's inside the source folder. And as the next step, we have to update the vid configuration. The first part that is showing here, we're not using TypeScript, so we won't need to install the types, but we would need to inside the define config, add this resolve and the path name. Let's go ahead here. Otherwise, if we try to import Shadcn components, we are going to get an error and it will not import correctly. So saving this, and we need to import at the top this path that this line is referencing to. Now we are ready to run the command to initialize Shadcn, and once again opening up a terminal. Expanding this, let's run the command. It will ask us a few questions depending on how we would like to customize our setup. So we're not using Tailwind, we're gonna use the default style. Also base color, I'm gonna go with a slate. Our global CSS file, as you can see here, it's not the one that it's recommending. And also if we follow in this one, it's showing us that it's source index CSS. So let's add that in here. We do like to use yes and are using Tailwind prefix. So we're not. Yes, this one, press enter. Components alias, that would be components. Same for utility functions. And we are currently not using React Server components. And final question, yes. So this will create component JSON function and modify a few things in terms of Tailwind configuration files so that we have all the like styles, default styles for the Shadcn UI components. From this point on, we can add the components that we like from Shadcn, and that's one of the things that I like, that it doesn't, once you initialize in your project, it doesn't install this like huge library with all the components. You can kind of like pick and choose what you would like to see, and then just install them kind of like one by one. So let's add the button, and while we add that, we're gonna also add it in the app.jsx so we can test it out. And once you add a new component, it goes into source folder, into components, and then there's a UI folder. So you get all the code in this separate files, and you can easily like customize it, or you can also pass a class name to update that. I'm gonna close this Tailwind config and JSON config files. Open up app.jsx. So in here we can import button from components UI, and then the customization that we did in vidconfig was so that we're able to anywhere in our project do this add and components folder, so we don't have to like go back in the file folders and understand. It's easier to import that way. And also what I'm going to do is I'm gonna remove all this extra JSX that we don't need, and let's just add the button. We navigate to our application. Now we're going to see this button. By default it has some styling, rounded corners, that's the color, and then hover, it changes color. Now let's create a separate component where we're gonna have our feedback button, and let's move that button at the bottom right corner. And to update the position, for example, or any other styling, we are gonna use a Tailwind, as I mentioned. And here's like the documentation. You won't need to go over the documentation as I'll be using classes from here. But basically the way it works is that Tailwind comes with this utility classes that already have CSS defined them. For example, if we wanted to update the width of an element, it could be applied to any Shadcn UI components or any div button that you create. So we would just add this class, which would come with the CSS of setting the width to the 0. So yeah, there's a lot of different things that you can change even with the text. For example, font sizes, decoration, borders, and colors, as well as transitions and animations. So let's create that component and apply the Tailwind class names. So for the component, I'm going to create inside components folder, not in the UI, because that's where we have Shadcn files. So I'll do a new file here. Let's name this widget.jsx, and inside here I'm creating a functional component. I'm going to do export constant widget. We don't take any props, and we're going to return a button, which we're gonna also import from the UI folder. And inside the button, let's add the text feedback. Save this. Now if we wanted to import this into app.jsx and replace the button, we're gonna do import curly brackets from components widget, and we can replace this with the widget. Let's save this, and now instead of just click me, we should see a feedback button. All right, if we were to update the position of this, what I'll do is, since we're going to have more components, I'm going to update false. First, I will wrap this button inside a div where I'm also going to add the classes. So first we're going to have fixed class for fixed positioning, then have bottom from the bottom, distance also from the right as well. And let's add the z-index 50 so it is always above other elements on the page. Let's save that, and now our position got updated. To easily understand what each Tailwind class name does, you can also add this extension install this extension for the Tailwind, which I have here. And this out is by Tailwind Labs, and this would provide, if we hover over or if we start typing, it would give us suggestions of what classes are available. For example, bottom 4 is 16 pixels above from the bottom, and then same thing from the right side. All right, going back to the files, and yeah, this is our div that's moved back. Now we can as well update the class name for the button, and if we wanted to change border radius, we use rounded full. That would make this circular. Adding some shadow, we can determine the size of this shadow. We're gonna do large. And let's update on the hover, make it a little bit bigger, so that would be a scale element. And for different states, we indicate the state, for example, hover, focus, followed by this semicolon, and then what we want the styling to be like. So if I hover over, this is gonna become bigger, and you can notice here some shadow as well. Now let's add the form which we're going to be using to collect the user feedback. For that, I'll create a separate div. First, we're going to define form fields, and later on we're going to update the logic so when this is clicked, the form pops up. But for now, let's just add that details. So the header of the form, I'm gonna set this as h3, and let's do send us your feedback and create a form with the form tag. Inside here, for every field, we're going to have a label and input, and those we're gonna add from Shadcn. Go back here, we can add label with this command. And we can also add input as well. We are gonna need the text area for the feedback message. So let's add that while we're here. Great, now we can import them at the top. Input and the text area. So the first field we are going to have is for the name. Let's create a separate div. We're gonna have label that has the name tag inside, as well as input, and ID has to match the HTML for the name so that we know that this label is for this input, and also we need the ID to identify once we save the value that user enters here. And let's also add a placeholder, and that would say something like enter your name. Saving this, going back to our application, so we see field here and we can start typing. That would get updated. Let's copy this and do the same for email. Updating the ID as well, and by default the input is for the text, but in this case the type we want to be the email, so I'm gonna indicate the type on the second input that we have. So update the email, and same thing, we can start typing the email. Now the third field, which would already be our message in here, actually let's name this feedback, and let's also add the text area that has the ID of a feedback, and as a placeholder I'll say tell us what you think. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger so we can once again update the styling by adding a class name, and we can do minimum height and either select from this like preset heights or add a custom value which we put in brackets and say 100 pixels. And finally we're gonna have a submit button which we need to indicate that the type is submit. Otherwise, once we define the onSubmit function of the form, when we click this, it won't be triggered. Okay, so we have all of fields. We're gonna add also stars in between, but before we do that, let's add some gaps in between those fields. And for that, I'll do class name on the divs and add space y. Let's do 2. And let's copy that, do the same on the name div and as well as on the feedback div right here. We're gonna also add this on the form so we have more space in between things here. Okay, now let's put the name and email fields right next to each other, and for that we're gonna take these two divs, wrap it in another div, and also add like a grid, display grid. And what we're gonna do is also define that we're gonna have 2 columns, and we can do that using grid calls and 2, and also add a gap in between those, which would be a size 4. So if we save this, we're gonna see that's better layout. Next, let's add the row of stars here so that we can collect the rating. And for the star icons, we're gonna use Lucid. Lucid does come with a library that's for React, and also the styles you can update with Tailwind. But in this project, I'm not gonna be installing Lucid React because I wanna keep it light since it's a script that would be run, that could be run in others' websites. But we can do is we can copy the SVG instead. So if we go to the icons tab here and start typing what we were looking for, which is a star, and copy SVG, we can then create a new component that would display that SVG. So I'm gonna do function star icon. We can take props, and we can also first put this in parentheses and return that. So if we save that, my formatting, what it does is sets the width and height to 24, fill none, and then this is the path that gets the star drawn on the screen. And since we're using JSX instead of dashes, we're gonna have like capitalized, and this would be class name, not class. Okay, let's see, anything else? All right, let's display 5 of those below the feedback. So I'm going to create another div, and to have 5 of this, we can just create an array. So I'm going to do map out array, and if we do 5, it will just create an array of numbers 1 up to 5. And then we can do a map index, and then inside the index display this star icon, and each icon when we're mapping things out needs to have a unique index, so that's where the index comes in, and this would get it would show up 5 times. That's how it's looking right now. And let's create a new state that's gonna, when a user clicks, it's gonna store or update what's the rating, and also we're gonna color this based on what is selected. To create a new state, we need to import a useState hook from React, and at the top of the definition of our functional component, we're gonna create that. We're gonna name the state rating, and then set rating. By default, it could be 0, or actually let's set it to like 3, which is somewhere in the middle of the 5, which is total. So okay, and based on that, we can update the styling on the icons. So we can do class name, and this would be conditional. So if star is at the position where it's need to be highlighted, then we would have a different styling. But the default would be height would be 5, width would be 5 for all of them, and cursor pointer because users can actually click on it. All right, now let's see if the rating is more than the index of that specific icon. Then we're gonna do a fill. Oh, this goes inside here, so it would be fill primary. And if not, we can keep the fill muted, which is what's going on right now. And the stroke, we can do muted and then different color, for example, foreground. If we save this, so the class name is not being passed from here. It should be coming in from props. So let's see if we remove this, and oh, actually that's because we're not passing the props. So it comes from here, right? So if we do this and props, it would show up here as a class name, and now we have 3 of the stars highlighted. Let's write the function so that when user clicks on the stars, the number of the rating gets updated. And for that, I'm gonna here create a new function, call it constant on. It would be a constant, and name would be on select star. So we need to take in index as an argument because we need to know which rating we're setting. And because index starts at 0, so when we create an array using 5, this would be equivalent to if we were to say like 0, 1, 2, 3, and up to 5. So if somebody presses, for example, first star, it's not that the rating is 0, it's the rating is set to 1. So that's why we're doing +1 here. And to activate this function when the star is clicked, we copy the name and we come here and we set on click to equal to on select star and pass in the equivalent index. Okay, let's save this. If I press here, the other 2 also get highlighted. We can come back here and like that of as outer container of the stars and display them in a row. For that, I'm gonna go here, add the class name. Display would be flex items. Let's center them and let's add the gap of 2 in between. All right, we are also going to move this submit. So I'm gonna take this submit and stars container div and wrap that into another flex. So that would be flex items center, and also justify content. Let's do between, so the submit button shows on the right. Save that. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the send us feedback and update just the size of the text. I'm gonna make it larger, and let's also add font bold since it's like the headline of the form. Next step would be actually, let's display the form when this feedback is clicked, and for that we're gonna use popover component from Shadcn, and this is like a quick preview snippet of it. So the way it works is that on the click it triggers this popover, and whatever is inside this popover content is gonna show up, and we also define what is the trigger function. If it's a button, we pass this schild attribute, and then use the button to open that. So let's install this component, going back to the terminal, adding that in here. And as shown in the example here, let's copy all the components that we need to construct that popover. Now, anything that's inside this div, I'm going to wrap into that, and as an ending, it's gonna and at the we're going to add the ending tag here. Now let's add a trigger, which would be this button. So as we saw in the example, popover trigger as child. So this button would take in the functionality that this should have, and followed by our content definition. Let's just first wrap the content and then update the styling. So everything else that's for the form, we'll place it inside the content. Okay, now let's open this up. This is what we see. Great. I'm going to add some styling for the content. Let's make the width full. Last name. Rounded corners, let's make it large since we have that for those. Background, let's set that to card. Also padding 4, and a shadow large. I'm also going to set width to full, and max width I'll do medium. So it takes up a little bit more space, and it's easier to fill it out. Also, two classes that we're gonna add here would be widget, and we're gonna reference these classes later on when we update the configuration and inject our widget into like a script. The question is, when user types in all this information, how can we access it so later on we can send it and save it? And we can do that on submit. We can access that information before submit as well, but since we'll just be taking it and updating it, saving it later on, let's just create a submit function. So first we are gonna do prevent default so that the page doesn't get reloaded on submit, and then we can take the form, so constant form that would equal to event.target, and we store in the data we can store it in an object. So for example, for the field name we can take in form name and value. So the form dot, and then this would match whatever it is, the ID of the input. So we collect that way name, we collect the email as well as feedback. As for the rating, that would just be our state. All right, once we have that, let's just console log instead of the submitted. Let's console log data. Oh. I have added extra wrong curly bracket. All right, let's call this submit function, and that we define here on the form where we can pass it on submit. Let's save that. I'm gonna open up the console so we can see name. Okay. If I do submit, we're gonna see the object created and it successfully stored all the values. All right, let's create a new state that we're gonna update, and once this is submitted, we're gonna update the form and clear the form, and also display like a thank you message for submitting. So the new state would be the Boolean submitted, whether or not it has been submitted, and by default it's going to be false. And later on, once we finish like sending the data here somewhere, we're gonna set submitted to true. But for now, let's just directly update that and also update our UI, so we can go inside this popover content and create a conditional statement where if we have submitted, then we can display another div that would contain, let's see what we got suggested. So okay, this header, thank you for your feedback, I'm gonna leave the same classes as the other one. As for the paragraph, we appreciate your feedback. All right, that sounds good. Let's save that. So I'm gonna go do this again, and okay, let's just remove this text muted because it's really hard to see that way, and add some margin at the top. Cool, and then if we at any point click outside of this popover would automatically get closed. And let's also add message icon right next to the feedback in this button. And once again, I'm gonna browse the icon from Lucid library, and I think this one looks good. Let's just copy SVG, and just like we did with the star icon, we're gonna create another function, name this message circle icon. Then we pass in props and return the SVG. All right, save that, and we need to make sure that we pass the props to the SVG. All right, that is ready. Now copying the message icon function and putting it inside the button. We can just put right next to the feedback, add like text since it's a component. As for the class name, let's do, let's see first how it looks. So that's that. We're gonna add some margin. Margin on the right side, let's do 2, and height 5, width 5. So it matches the size of the text. Able to easily share the component that we created, and for it to be easily injected into other applications, we're going to use web components. Web components, think of it as a set of tools that lets us create these reusable custom widgets. And to think of it, initially it has been complicated because sharing the components, because we have to combine HTML with the styles and the script. So there was a high chance of having a code in the widget that would affect the main application code, but that's what web component solves it and does it using these three technologies. There's custom elements, shadow DOM, and HTML templates. With the custom elements, we can create new types of DOM elements. As for the shadow tree, think of it as a subtree that gets attached on top of our main document DOM. That way we can keep the elements features that are part of our component private, so it doesn't get collided with the application's code. As for the templates, that can be reused throughout the custom element structure, but they're not rendered on the main page. And this is the example code of how we would add once we make changes to our widget to other applications. So we load the script that has a source path is usually like the URL where we can access the bundle like JavaScript. And we have an option to create custom HTML tag, and users injecting in their application can use it anywhere. It can take children from here if we were to pass something, or there's another option of passing attributes, like we would pass props to a React component. Now let's proceed to create a web component using the technologies that I mentioned. We're going to do that inside source folder, new file, that would be web component. So here, first we're going to need React DOM, since we're going to be creating a shadow on top of that, and this would be coming from React DOM client. And then we're going to import our widget because we need to add that into our web component. Okay, so as I showed, the web component can take in attributes, but in HTML, usually the attributes are kebab case. So for example, if we were to do my widget and something like user name, it would be in this style, versus in JavaScript, we have attributes that look like this, which is camel case. So we need to convert basically this to be able to pass it to our widget. So let's create a function for that. Export constant, I'm gonna name it normalize attribute. And this would take in the attribute as a props, and then we're gonna replace anywhere where we have a dash to move it to the uppercase. So attribute the replace function, and in here we're gonna pass that's not correct, we don't need lowercase, so this reject seems about fine. Actually, we don't need the uppercase, so anything that's lowercase and comes before the dash, we'll take that and the letter and convert the add to uppercase function to the letter. Okay, let's save this and let's create, so we're gonna do a class component. We need the constructor for this one, and the name of the class component would be widget web component, and it extends HTML element. Then we have a constructor in which we take all the attributes from the higher level HTML element, and then we call this and attach shadow. So this creates the shadow DOM, and the mode is open. Then we have this function which is connected callback, and what this does is this takes in the attribute, calls that convert function. Actually, So this one takes in the props, it creates the root from this shadow root, and then it renders our widget. So let's take the props first, constant props that equals to this, and we get props from attributes. So this function coming from HTML element, and then we have a constant root. This is where we call React DOM, and we create root using the shadow root. And finally, we render the widget where we destructure and pass the props. As for getting props from attributes, we need to define that function as well. And let's see, first the props would be an empty object, then we get the name of the value of this attributes, and we take in the props, we normalize the attribute, and we pass in the value. Finally, we return the props, and once we're done with, so we have two functions here and a constructor. Once we're done defining that, we do export default widget web component. And in the web component, I didn't fully spell it out. This function is supposed to be attribute.replace. Let's save that. Bundle this functionality and later on when it could be added inside the script, so we can grab the URL for that. And let's change the vid config. So going back into this file, what we're changing here is we're going to be adding a build attribute, and inside here we have a library. So the entry would be the main, still it remains the main file, which is source index.jsx. We don't have any other logic in there. And for the name of this would be widget. I'm going to do lowercase, and then we pass the file name. So we take in the format, this could be UMD for example, and we name the file widget.js, so it would be accessible from that. And let's also define a target, which would be next module. Using the custom elements, let's define the tag for widget web component. So we are able to use our custom HTML tag. I'll create inside the source folder a new file. This would be the main file for our widget, like entry file. And let's name it index.jsx. Here we're gonna import our web component. That's web component file, and custom elements. Define. Here we give the name of the tag. I'm gonna do my widget, and we pass this element. All right, now to be able to create the bundle, we need to run the build script, and command for that is npm run build. This would generate like a folder you would notice. Usually it's called this dist folder, and it does contain our widget, two formats for the widget, UMD and ES. And we need to define environment variable, which I'm going to do it at the top of which environment we're in. So process.env is how we define environment variables, and let's do node env, and I'm gonna do production. Now, in terms of styling, since we don't have import of the styles in index.css, and usually when we're just deploying an application, all the changes that we made in vid config would include the Tailwind styles, but here we have to import it to make sure that it shows up in the widget, either in the widget file or just the index file. So I'm gonna do it here, and this would be import Tailwind styles, and from the main index file, which is index.css, and we have to do it inline And if we go back to the index CSS, when we set up the Tailwind, we added this at the top. And we also have this base for the root, but in this case, we don't have the root. We do have a class, our div that has the widget as a class name, and make sure to have this included because we're going to change index.css. So we added this because the popover content shows up separate of this main div, so it shows us outside. That's the logic coming from the Shadcn. So I added this class in both cases. So going back to index.css, we're going to update the root to instead target the widget class. We don't want to be updating the application other wherever this is injected, their CSS, or targeting any of the wrong classes. And if we do dark mode, which we don't have currently, we can also add the widget class here. All right. And we're gonna take this Tailwind styles and display it inside of the class. So actually I'm gonna create this as a fragment. And let's add at the top style tag that includes Tailwind styles. All right, now let's test the changes we made. We're not testing the UI of the widget since we already did take a look at that, but the functionality that it can be injected into other applications. And to create the bundle, we first need to create the build, and the command for that is npm run build. Once this is done, it would create these files inside this dist folder, and we have two formats, ES and UMD, and we do have the access to the scripts inside this folder. So now if we were to create a new HTML file and run that while injecting the widget, and this is not, we're not running the application. If you create an HTML file anywhere on your computer, you can still run it from browser, as long as we have the HTML tag and the body, so it's displaying the HTML. So I'm just gonna copy this and modify. So this is the main index HTML file that we saw before. So yeah, we are going to remove the link because we're not using this SVG. I'm gonna update the title to be testing. And inside the script here, we don't need the application script. We just need to get the access to widget.umd.js. I'm gonna remove this type module, and here is where we also get add the widget by since the name is my widget, we use that tag, we save it. If we wanted to add things here, we can also widget doesn't take children yet, but it is possible so to add data or children from here, or like pass attributes from here as well. Okay, so we don't need any of those yet, and running this HTML file like you would in any of the files on any of the HTML files on our computer, we can open with Chrome or any of the browsers, and it would just use the path to the file from your folders. And here we have our feedback button in the corner. So this one is getting the styling, but for some reason our popover does not have the styling, and I'm suspecting that's because it's not getting the widget class. Let's see. So the class is there, but I guess we also have to add this style tag for loading Tailwind styles inside the popover content. So if we do that, let's save the contents of test.html. Also, we need to run the build again. Once build is run, a new file, test.html. Let's save that. Also, we are going to open it up again. And that's our styling. Here we are calling like the local file, so we have access to it. But in terms of other applications, since they won't necessarily have this file, once we deploy this application, which would be later in the tutorial, and so for example, domain would be domain.com or whatever, we'll take the URL and followed by this file is the way that others could use the source code and inject it into their applications. All right, now let's create an admin app from which users can sign up, manage their feedbacks, create new projects, and all the other cool features. For this one, we'll be using Next.js. It is still a React framework, but you can think of it as a full stack. We'll be communicating with the database, we'll have a server, and also we'll do typing of the app with TypeScript. The reason I didn't use Next for our widget is I thought it would be an overkill, and since especially that we don't want users, like the script that will be injecting, to be too large when we don't need SEO and other benefits that Next brings inside of that widget. But with that being said, let's get started. And that is the command we'll use to create the next app. I'm gonna open up my terminal one more time, and now I'm gonna go back to my projects folder because right now I'm inside the widget project. So going back, cd 2 dots, I'll paste this command and it will ask me a bunch of questions will be important for configuration. So make sure to follow the selections that I do here. Well, for the name that you can name it whatever you like. And I'm gonna do SaaS dashboard. So we are using TypeScript for this one. Also, let's use ESLint. Yes for the Tailwind CSS. No for source directory, although we're going to be using app router. I'm not going to customize, and yep. Now it's installing the dependencies. Once this is done, we're going to cd into it and run the application. All right, let's do this. I'll open this one in VS Code as well. Let's replace this one. The command for this is also npm run dev, like we had for Vite. This will although run on localhost 3000, so different ports we can have both apps up. And here we're gonna start with doing authentication, and then later on we're gonna also we can test out the snippet. And so yeah, that's the first page, and the structure for here is what's different is we have an app folder and we have a layout which kind of wraps any page that is created inside the folder. And then as a main file, we have this page file. As you're already familiar with, we're using a Tailwind classes here one more time. And we are also going to import the Shadcn UI component library for the repetition, but installation of this one here would be very simple. Here instead we select the Next.js. We already have this part done, so we can just do, and yeah, we have TypeScript, Tailwind, and ESLint. So we can just initialize Shadcn, and let's do that. New window. All right, this will create all the configuration files, default, and slate, yes, for CSS variables. This is the steps how to update the font or import here. I think the inter is already imported, and this is also some guidelines on how to structure the apps. After that, we are gonna need the button, so let's run the command to add that. Now that we have our Next.js project set up with the stylings and UI component library, we're going to move on and implement authentication. For authentication, we're going to use Clerk. It comes with a lot of pre-built components that we can just use. It also helps us define the protected routes. It works with Next.js app router as well as the pages router, which is a really important thing to consider since app router is fairly newer concept and not every library does work with it. Okay, so we already have created the Next.js application. We do need to set up Clerk. You would need an account, but first let's install the library. So that's the Clerk Next.js. And we are going to need environment variables. Think of environment variables as like secrets, and this secrets which are not exposed to the client code when we bundle the app. That's why we store it in env.local. So and also we don't upload that in GitHub since if other people have access to it, then they'll be able to also get access to your data and authentication users. So that's definitely not safe. And if we go to the git ignore, by default, Next.js env local files are never uploaded to Git. So yeah, I'm going to create a new file here, .env.local. Let's copy this to API keys. So yeah, we need to update these values and grab that from Clerk dashboard. And also this is then the third step, how we add middleware to our application. That is by creating middleware TS file that would be going, so we're not using the source directory, so it would go inside the root. All right. The name should be matching the middleware for the Next to recognize it. And by default, doesn't protect any routes. It just like removes the matching for example, Next folder, which is a build folder, also APIs and things like that. Okay, so to be able to use the components, we do need to, if you don't have an account, create an account to fetch those API keys. At the dashboard, let's create an application. So configure all the options that we want the users to be able to log in. So I'm gonna leave the default options for Google and email. The name of application, SaaS. Maybe I'm gonna come up with use the name. All right, so this is how the sign-in page would look like. Create application. So here it would give us directly, we can just copy and paste the values here and update in the env local. Once you save the changes to that env.local file, we already did the middleware part. And we can now follow along for adding the Clerk provider to the app. So app router inside the local layout file. Let's go here. And we can just directly copy this. And what we have is we wrap the application in the Clerk provider. That provider is what will be able to pass the data on to other Clerk components, for example, sign out button, sign in, and also the user button. And later on, we're going to need to also have hooks to access the user data. To our application now and click on this sign in button. I'm going to try to sign in with Google. So I select my account, I shared this, and now I am redirected to the page. So for now, we don't have any redirects. So we have one page, so it just goes back to that one page, but it does also update the button, instead of showing the button, it does show this user profile from Gmail, and then there's even already a sign out button, which we wrapped in. We have in here, and then there's like a manage account. And now let's instead place this button into a header that we're gonna share across different pages. So for that, I'll first create a component inside components folder. I'm going to name it page header.tsx. All right, so let's create a functional component. We don't need to take any props, and we can just return the header, and we are also going to export it. Let's just first import this into our layout. We can also use components tag like this, and all right, now we should just be able to see the text that says, yeah, my blog. Let's update that. And first I'm going to, anything besides the provider, I'm going to add that into a header. And I'm gonna remove this, and also let's take this and put it into a separate div. We can also update the styling of the header. So this would be the main div, and I'm going to wrap this into a flex component. I'm gonna set the height to 14, and items I would center and justify between, so that the two divs are stretched out, and we have this sign in, sign up showing up here on the right side. So instead of my blog, here is where we're gonna place it with logo. For now, I'm gonna do the text, and then I'll replace that with an image. Let's add some paddings to here, and we're also going to make the main container relative, because later on we're gonna have a mobile menu, so it would position absolute relative to that. So I'll do another container for this. Let's by default set width to full, but on the max, set also the maximum width, which would be the screen XL. Padding on the side, I'm gonna do 2.5, as well as on larger screens it would be 20. Then we have, yeah, relative, and by default this is not centered, so let's do max auto, and this is 2.5. Okay, so that looks better. And then if we make it larger, there's like a certain maximum width that it is set to. The public folder here where our public assets go, I'm gonna paste the logo that I generated using ChatGPT, and what we're gonna do is use that logo here. To add images in NextJs, we need to import an image from next image, and then wherever we have this header, we're gonna replace it with the image. So I'm gonna do image, and then we indicate the source, so we have access to the public folder, so we can just directly be like logo.png. we need alt text, which is logo, and as for the width and height, we can set that, that is also required in NextJS, so we do have to set that, and it is a little bit small, so I'm gonna make it maybe remove this class name and update those values. All right, let's try height 100. Hopefully that looks better. And let's add here border at the bottom. As you notice, as we scroll down, we don't see the header anymore, and we can make the header stick to the top. And for that, we can change the class name of the header itself. So if we do position sticky, then we set the inset x 0 from the top. We have it's all the way at the top, so 0 pixels. We set some z-index width full, and this is for transition all. Now it always sticks to the top. Okay, let's see how our sign out button is looking like. So let's change that. A custom sign-in button, we can easily change that, and we do have this option for that. So if I do button here and say sign in, and let's do something like class name, background black, just to see the updates. We do see that it got updated. And okay, let's, instead of doing that, we can use a button from Shadcn. So let's do and it's not an export. It's components, UI folder, and then a button. Okay, so I'm gonna replace this with the, actually I've just changed one letter, but it's all right. The back class name background black. Actually, we can keep this one rounded. I think it is already medium. Let's see. Yeah, so we don't need this class. All right, and let's also add a sign up button. So I'm gonna import here. Let's copy that. And we're gonna also make that one custom. So now we can see that we have 2 of those. For this one, let's add margin on the left, which would be 2, and everything else would be the same. Okay, now let's create a new page, and then we're gonna protect that page so only users would be able to access that. And for all the pages that we want to have protected, I'm gonna group them, and this is called route groups. So it's convenient because we can create a group that's not gonna show up on the URL if we do like parentheses and here we put user. But usually the way we create a page in Next.js is we create a new folder inside app folder, or we can do a nested one, and then the path would be / and then the folder name. So inside here, user will not show up in the path, but if we do a new folder, name it dashboard, and inside the folder for creating the page is kind of like a functional component, but it always has to name for the Next.js to recognize it. The file name should always be page. So if I do a new file, page.tsx, and here, like same way we have this export default function, we can do and it should always also be export default. I forgot the function keyword. Let's just print out dashboard page. So we don't have to import this anywhere. If we just navigate now to the dashboard, we should see that. And to protect this dashboard page, we can add that in the middleware file. So the middleware at the root of our project, and we are also going to use create route matcher. That's a function that's going to help us define how we should match all the routes that need to be only for authorized users. All right, so we define constant is protected route. We call this function create route matcher, and we pass in the path that we want to match to, so we don't need to pass this one. And let's also remove, it's not an array, we can just so removing the object, and we define the array inside. Let's save this, and all right, so that should be everything in the user, and we leave the export constant config and export default clerk middleware, where we have auth and request. So if, and then we call this function here. We don't need the URL. If it's true, then we call the auth and protect function. Array, export default, missing another parenthesis. Oh, and I need to remove the first one. All right, let's try it out. So I should not be able to see this. So we can also do just dashboard. Okay, so now it redirected this. Now let's update the styling of the page just by adding some paddings on the sides and on the top as well. And then we're going to create a button for the new project. So first I'm gonna close this out and user. So inside user, I'm going to create a new file that's for the layout. So layout would be applied on every page automatically, so we won't have to replicate that. And we also need export default function user layout. And what this will take is the children, so it can display the pages inside the layout, and the children would be, it's of type React, the React node. And then we just display the children wrapped in the stylings. Right, and this would be class name. I'm gonna do a container with full unless, and set the max width, screen XL, and also margin I'm going to do auto. Okay, so that's what we have for now, and let's reload the page. So yeah, we can see that there's some padding there. And let's also add some padding at the top and the bottom, and we can do that. Okay, that's too high. Let's do 10. All right, for the create project button, that would go inside the dashboard page, but we're gonna create a new component in case we use it somewhere else. So inside the components folder, let's do new file, and this would be new project.tsx. So I'm gonna create a new component, constant new project, and it's a button, so we can do this and return. I'm gonna import the button from Shadcn at the top. Oh. And inside the text, let's do a new project. Later on, we are going to add an icon. save this, export default new project button. I'm gonna go back to the page, import that, and after that we're gonna make changes and see the changes also on the side. So new project button from components, new project. Great. And we're gonna replace this with all right, I'm gonna save this. Here we have that. As for when user clicks the new project, we're gonna present them with a form to fill out some information about their project, and this form would be displayed in a pop-up button because it has only a few fields, so it would be easier to do that in this on the same page technically. And for the model, we're gonna use the dialog component from Shadcn, and that's like the quick example how we have edit profile, fill this information, save changes, and then you would close it out. Okay, so we need to add this dialog in the project, so copying, and let's paste it here. So we're gonna need to import these components to be able to create the dialog. We have the main dialog wrapper. So if we take a look at this, everything is just wrapped inside this main tag. Then we have a trigger. In this case, they create the button. We already have a button, so we're gonna have that more like a controlled state rather than just like a trigger. That's followed by everything that we wanna place it inside the content. So I can now just copy that. I'm gonna first, actually this is on the page. Let's go back to the new project button. Okay, copying the contents of this, and let's paste that here. The title, we're gonna replace it to new project. And inside the description, let's replace the text with the create new project to get started. And then inside the content itself, we are going to have a form. Inside the form, we are also going to use label and input text area like we did with the other form that we had. So inside the terminal, what I'm gonna do is use the command npx shadcn UI latest and add, followed with the names of components we wanna add here in this project. So it would be input, label, input, and also text area. All right, it should install those three. Once we have that, we are ready to import them. Input, label, and same thing for the text area. I believe that's how it's spelled. Okay, that seems right. Let's start first with the field for the name. So label HTML for name. So this would be where project name goes. And input, we have an ID that matches this, and placeholder is a project name. Next, we need a URL for the project. So this would be URL, maybe do the capital letter, and I'm missing L here. Okay, as a placeholder, we have an example of URL. Finally, the last field would be text area, and this would be for the description. Let's also make this optional because we don't necessarily need a description. It would be just better for a user to keep track of it. So going back to the dashboard, if I click create project, we have this form right here. I'm gonna try to have that on the left. And let's update the styling for it. So first, for the content, let's do, starting with the smaller screens, change the width of it. So I think 425 should be good. And I don't know why on smaller screen, if you guys notice, it changes the border, but let's just keep rounded medium all the time. All right, that's better. Rounded, okay. So now we have project title, that looks good. For the form, let's do flags. And gap between items, we're gonna do 4. And flex direction, column. Okay, name and the URL, let's place that side by side. So we put that in a separate div, make it grid columns 2, and let's just do this for larger screens. So if I press enter, save that. 4 items technically here, so that's why it's splitting like this. But if we were to wrap label and input into another separate div, let's also make this flags and another one. Oops. Okay, flex direction, let's do column. And gap 2. So same for this one. And let's add a larger gap for in between these 2 grid columns that we have. All right, that looks nicer. We want to have label for the text area as well. Let's add that. Description, also update the HTML4. And in the footer, we're going to have a submit button. If you don't have it imported, make sure to add that in here. So I think by default, we already have this color, create project, and that looks good. The only thing is that the label gap is same as the other gap, so let's just put also label and the text area into a flags, and flags direction column gap 2. Okay, so now these fields look consistent. So on the create project, let's update this to be a button, but since trigger is already a button, we don't want to have one inside another, so that's why we pass as child to the trigger. That way it like passes that functionality to the button inside, and same, I guess, text here. Okay. And let's add an icon, like plus icon to this. For that, we're gonna use the Lucid React library, but this time we're gonna install that. So let's go installation, npm install using npm. I'm gonna copy that, come back in the terminal, paste it, and once that's ready, going to the icons, let's do plus. And now we can copy JSX, copy component name, okay. Import, oh, it's called plus, pull from, all right, and I'm gonna try to add here. Class name equals to setting the width and the height. And because it would be right next to the text, we're gonna add margin on the right side, set that to 2. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe modify the margin to 1 instead. Now to save all this data and also link it to the user, have other information that is also important in the application, we need to set up a database. For the hosting of database, we're going to use Supabase. As for running queries, fetching data, all these things, we're going to use this ORM called Drizzle. Drizzle is a TypeScript ORM, meaning that it also comes with types. It has a very high performance. Also, it is fast. And another thing that I like about it, you can connect to different kind of databases. In this case, we're going to use PostgreSQL database, although it does come like SQL-like queries. So if you need to write like joins, connections, you're also able to do that. And if you want to learn more about Drizzle, I also have a separate video about that, but we're gonna also go over it here and then use the use case that we need for this application. All right, we are gonna get started with this PostgreSQL setup. I'm gonna select Supabase, and this is the libraries we need to install. Let's go back to our terminal. I'm gonna paste that. I think there was also another one. And it does seem like we got an error, and that is due to some packages not being, there's conflicts in the versionings of the packages, and it's pointing out which one. It's React 18.3.1, so that's the latest version of React. And if we do take a look at package.json on the React versions, it says these are the versions that I currently have. So let's install the latest versions and try that. That would be npm I react at latest and react DOM at latest. Hopefully that does not conflict with the next version here. And if we do try this command again, okay, now it works. And just for reference, this is when I'm making the video. This version, I believe it was released like 6 hours ago. So yeah, it should also be the latest for you. Yep, here it is. All right, and what we're gonna do is now move on to installing this dependency, which is DrizzleKit. DrizzleKit is for running the studio to browse the data, and this is like a sample. Schema is what defines what kind of models we are going to have. If you're still thinking in terms of tables, every model is like defining a table. And let's copy this example, and we're going to replace users with a project instead. We have schema.typescript. I will create a new folder here. Let's name this db, and inside this we're going to create a new file, that schema.ts, In here, we paste the code that we just copied. Let's save that. And let's change that to projects. Also the name here. Then we have just the name of the project. A description. And finally the URL, which would also be text. And I'm gonna remove this phone part. Okay, on this part 3 of the setup docs, we have make your first query. And what's happening here is we import Drizzle, we also import the Postgres and the schema. Then we have a connection string, which is basically a URL to your database. We create a client, so using this connection string that passed to the Postgres, we create a database instance with the Drizzle. And then on this database instance is where we can run the queries. So for example, here it would select everything from users. But all this part, we don't want to do it every single time. So let's extract that logic into this database folder. And every time we're just going to export DB and use that. So going here, new file, I'm going to name it index file, the TypeScript. And yeah, so let's first copy this import statements. And we do not have users, but we have projects. So we can either import projects or just everything, not to import the tables separately. So I'm going to name this, all of them, schema. And then we're going to take this connection string. So if this is not available, then we can use a local URL, but we are going to, after the setup, add the database URL in environment variables. So after that, client and the DB, and we export this. We also wanna, inside the Drizzle function, pass the schema, which is not shown over there, but I'm gonna do it here. Okay, now we can set up a Drizzle kit that enables us to use the studio to browse the data and also run the commands like generate and push schema. So when we change the schema, we want our actual database to also get updated. So yeah, for that we need the configuration for the Drizzle kit, and we already installed the package. If not, if you haven't yet, this is the command in the previous part, and this is some migration files. So that is the configuration. We're gonna create this file in the root of our project. New file, drizzle config.ts, and let's copy the sample configuration, although we need to add a few things here. First, let's go over what's here. So we import the define config from Drizzle kit, and we define the path for the schema, which in our case is inside db and schema.typescript. All right, so the dialect is PostgreSQL, that's correct. As for the migrations, we are using Supabase. We also need to indicate the DB credentials, so I'm gonna do that one next. And so URL would be process.env, and that's the database URL where we're gonna store. And I do see some people did have issues with accessing when they're trying to run Drizzle kit commands accessing issues using environment variables. In my previous projects I haven't, but if this doesn't, we can try one more time here. Doesn't work, we can just use .env. All right, I think that should be it for the running migrations. That is the command, as well as we should have, yeah, so that's where how we define db URL, okay. And there's also push command for pushing the changes. And that's the studio that I previously talked about, and we can run it like this. So for these commands, let's save them in package.json and run from there. So I'm gonna close all these other files, go to package.json. We already have some scripts here, so I'm just gonna add them in. So let's do db generate, and we would run them as we would run like the other script. So this would be Drizzle kit generate. Then we have db push. There's also db migrate. And finally, I'm gonna do db studio, and that is Drizzle kit studio. Okay, so that should be it for the setup of the Drizzle itself. Now from the Supabase, let's create that new project, and for the name, okay, and I'll select create project. I'm gonna generate the password, and once you enter it or generate it, make sure to copy it, because later on we need to use that password inside the database URL. So copying that, create new project. Once project is ready, we click on connect, and from here it's very easy. We just select app framework, NextJs. Okay, because we're not using, oh yeah, we just select ORM, and let's do Drizzle. Perfect. So we copied this, and in the brackets, you're gonna replace this part with your password. We go back to the .env file. Here, let's do database URL, paste the URL with the password. Okay, so now to push the changes, we made it in the schema. Let's run migration, npm run db migrate. And it does use the config file that we just created. So if we want to check to make sure that works, we can go back to the Supabase inside the table editor, and we should see the projects table. And if we wanted to, right here, without first calling a mutation, we can insert a row. So this would be auto-generated, the ID. As for the name, first project, description, or we can leave this as null, and some URL. Save that. And let's fetch the data, see how we can call those functions, and we can fetch it from the page. So going where we have application, user, dashboard, and page.tsx. So by default, all the pages or components created in the app would be server components, unless use client is defined at the top. So since this is being a server component, we can fetch the data. So we need to import db from db, and I believe it's export default. But since we're gonna run an async function, we need to make this page async. And then here we do constant all projects. So we can either do find many, or we could also do db.select from, and this is where we need to pass the table. So I'm gonna import projects from the schema. All right, and then we can console log what we get back. So this console would be coming in here in the terminal, since this is happening on the server side, not on the client side. So let's reload the page. So we're calling that page.tsx one more time, and yeah, here's our array. It comes back an array because there could be more than one rows in that data that we're calling. In this case, we only have one. So all the fields that it included did also come back as well. On the page as well, let's get the user ID of the user that is logged in, because eventually we need to link the project to the user. So for that, we're going to use the Clerk helper function, specifically auth and the current user. And one thing to keep in mind is this is not how it would be done in like a API, for example, or in a client component. We are only using those specific functions in server components and server actions. So it would be auth and current user from a Clerk, NextJs, and server folder. Then we can do constant user ID, and that equals to auth. And if you want to fetch the user equals to await and the current user. Let's now log the user information. And let's also log user ID, so that way we'll better understand which one we need to use. Okay, so all right, just user ID should be sufficient. So I'm gonna remove this. And as you can see, user ID is also, we can define that as of type text because it's a combination of numbers and characters. And to be able to, once we create project or even when we're loading projects, to determine which one belongs to the user, what we need to do is add another field here, which would be a user ID. So we can update the schema to do that. Let's go to the schema. I like making all changes here, but if we were to also add that from Supabase and then we were to pull the schema using the pull command, we should also be able to get the changes. All right, so here let's do user ID and define that as user ID. Okay, now let's save that and also make changes. So I'm gonna run, and now let's run db push. And seems like we're getting the error that the connection refused. That means when it tried to connect to the database, but it didn't work. So seems like it's not correctly using this process env URL, and maybe it's connecting to this one. So yeah, let's then install that env and load those variables that way. In the terminal, npm install .env, Once we have that here, we can import configuration from .env, and we can also indicate where it should get the configuration from. So the path would be our local env.local file. So once this is loaded, then this should correctly, I guess, get populated. All right, let's save that. Go back to the terminal and once again run the db push command. All right, we saved those changes. Let's run the db push command one more time. And if we go to the project table here, now we should see the user ID. That's great. A function, so we are able to create the new projects from our application itself, and the function type would be a server action. So what's different with other functions and server action is that server action runs on the server, and also it can be used with server components or client components, but in case of a client component, it always needs to be imported. So that's why I'm gonna create a new folder and define that in, and actually I'm gonna move to the root of the project, and let's create a new file. I'm gonna name this create project.tsx. So yeah, to define this as a server function, we need to use keyword use server at the top of the file, and then we do need to import actually db from db. All right, let's create a function that would be export async function create project. As for the props, we do need these fields, but we're gonna take in form data, and that would be of type form data. All right, next up, we need to also get the user ID. So what we can do is move this in here, and also this part where we access the user ID. I'm also going to remove this from here, this one as well. Oops, this should be inside the function. Let's parse the data we get from the form data. So that would be constant project, like we'll create a new project, and form data that get name, we do need name, description, user ID, but that one is coming from the auth. We also want URL. All right, now to insert, we need to take the DB and run this. You can see suggestions here, insert function onto that. Also, we need to indicate where we're inserting. For that, we need to import the projects folder from DB schema. So that would be insert projects and values. This would be project. I misspelled that. Okay, so this would run the insert, but if we wanted to return an ID of the new project, what we can also do is save that. So constant new project ID. We can also get the whole project, but if we just need the ID once we indicate the returning, we pass inserted ID, and that would come back as users.id. Here, let's console log. All right, and finally return new project ID. We're gonna take this create project and pass it on to our form as a submit. So that would be inside new project form. We have action, and that equals to from actions create project. All right, what seems to be user server? Okay, no, that's definitely not it. I did mean use server. Okay, so that got saved. What we can also do is make sure we're getting the user ID so we can console log that as well, and the user ID. So once we pass that to the form, we need to make sure that the button actually needs to be inside the form type equals submit. So I'm gonna remove the footer and I'm gonna move this inside the form here. Let's save that. Okay. And if we fill out this, try to create the project, we do get this console logs that we added. So creating new project with the data, because the name, the get function is taking name as an attribute and not the ID, and I believe we have an add name. Okay, so for the fields here, what we would have to do is also add the name, and that would be same as ID. Okay. For URL and for the input name as well. Okay, if we save this, we don't have to come back here, just open up terminal, create project. Okay, we do get that this has been returned object back, and if we were to also this Supabase, it's refreshing, and now we do get this new item that was created and it was added successfully. I'm going to update this to actually return the ID. So if we turn this structure this way, and instead of returning new project, we return, let's rename this so this is not confusing. I'm gonna remove this and new project dot inserted ID. All those extra console logs, but be careful not to add any other code while removing it. And okay, now let's move on to the part on what happens when user creates the project. The first thing is we have to wait until the project is created. So we need to know when to display. So right after it's clicked, it should display the loading state. And what's going to help us determine whether or not this action that we're kicking in is loading is a useForm status hook from React. So yeah, we want to know when this has finished. And to get the state of the form, we can use useForm status hook from React, but because this is a hook, we can't use it in a server component, which is what this new project is. So that's why we have to extract button as a separate component and make it a client. And so what I'm gonna do is create a new file. I'm gonna name it submit project button.tsx, and let's do constant submit button that equals to like no arguments. I'm gonna paste the button. We're gonna also make some changes, but also let's import the button from Shadcn at the top, and this is first time us creating a client component, so this is how it's done. We use client keyword at the top of the file. All right, so we have the button imported. Let's import also use form status. That's React DOM. And what we want to get from this status, so with hooks, usually we can get the whole state or specifically what we're looking for, which is pending, and we call initialize like the hook here. So yeah, so this would be true if it's pending or false. See, if we hover over, we can see the type of this is Boolean. All right, so now based on that logic, what we can do is the other order, have checking this. So if it's pending, let's display the text that says creating. And if not create project, we need to export submit button. Oh, let's do export default. Okay, and then let's also add like a spinner here. I would use the icon loader too. That's from the Lucid React. And we're gonna turn this into a fragment. And inside here, we are going to call the loader too. And let's do class name as we do with other icons. So margin on the right set to 2, height would be 4, width would be 4, and another class animate spin. This is going to animate and it's going to keep spinning. I'm gonna remove this quotes, otherwise it's gonna show up. All right, let's replace our button here with that one and wrap that as a component. Also, we're gonna import that. Okay, I'm going to save this. Let's reload just in case. New project, name, URL, description. This is optional, so let's do. Okay, so now we have a spinner, and then when it's done, it stops spinning. Now, after they submit the form, let's redirect and create a new project. Let's redirect user to the project page so they get presented with the code snippet and they can integrate that into their site. So that would redirect would do it from the action. At action, this is where we know when it's done basically, and we can get this inserted ID. As for the redirect, we can import this function redirect from next navigation. And instead of returning, we're gonna redirect projects inserted ID, and then let's do instructions. All right, this page just don't exist yet, but we're gonna add them after. So let's save this and try it out first if that is true. So let's create. Okay, so we did get redirected here. Makes more sense to move this after the ID because first we need to identify which project it is, and then after that we can render the instructions. Inside the user here, because this would also be only for authorized users, create a new folder. I'm gonna name this projects. Then this is dynamic URL, so this value here is dynamic. So what we're gonna do is also new folder, but this time we put in brackets and identify the value like this. It would be form ID. And then one more for the instructions. Okay, now we can have a new page, TSX. And before we start building out this page, let's also add projects as a protected route in the configuration of our auth. So only users are able to access this. So in this array, I'm just gonna add another path for the projects. All right, let's close this out. Create a page constant page that equals to, so here we take in the parameters and we can define which parameters they are. So that would be the project ID. And this is always the of type string, because URL is always string. And let's return, what are we returning? This div and some paragraph that I'm gonna update in a minute. So let's export defaulted first, otherwise it's not gonna work. And start collecting feedback. Here are the instructions for project. We don't need that. The code in your site, and let's add the code here. So I'm gonna use the code tag, and this code would be the one that we tested out before, like for our widget, right? So we can have not the script, but this one would be the URL of our deployed version of the Vite project. And first be the script that we used previously. So my widget is what we named it. We can also change the name. And I'm going to remove this. Instead of username here, we're gonna actually pass project ID. Or we can just directly do project. And this would be coming from the URL. So later on, we do know which project we have to submit the feedback to. And as for this one, we're gonna make this part. Actually, this still needs to be wrapped in the quotes. Let's change the URL. So we haven't deployed this yet, but once we do, we're gonna use process.env. Let's name it widget URL. And we can check here first if we don't have the project ID, somehow user ends on this URL, then we can return that this project doesn't exist. And also if you're running this project somewhere where you forgot to set the project widget URL, we can also return or the widget URL is missing. Okay. So this one, let's copy, add in environment variables, env local file, and then for now we're gonna leave it as a empty quote, empty string. Here, widget URL, I'm gonna leave this. Go here and see what we get. It would be projects and then instructions. Okay, invalid project ID. I'm gonna rename this to be project ID, not the form. So I saved this as an example, and that's our script, and that's the project ID. It matches the project ID here. Let's update some styling for this one. Okay, so for the header, I'm gonna go to back here. Let's do text Excel, font bold, margin bottom 2. Let's do text large and the color secondary foreground. Okay. As for the code, I think we can style this code, right? Background. It's a lot of colors. Maybe I can find something similar to my VS Code. Theme colors. This seems pretty close. And text white. Okay. Let's put this in a div where we pass that as a class name instead. Okay, and I think that we can add break here like this. To have that on 2 lines, I'm going to add a padding. All right, and we're gonna have a copy icon here that users can click and copy the code. But first, let's add margin at the top. It's the clipboard icon from Lucid Dev. I think this should be good. Copy component name. All right, let's import that here. The only issue would be that the page is a server component, but if we want to define the on-click, then we would have to do that inside a client component. So let's create a separate component for that button. And we can do that inside the instructions, or we could make it reusable. So copy button, and it would take in the text that needs to be copied. I think that's better. All right, constant copy button. It would take the text, and that's a good suggestion, but let's do something else. Display a regular button. Let's define text that it is a string. Export default copy button. We're gonna turn this into a client component. And also, I forgot to paste this icon that I imported. Okay, we can add that here. Cool. Let's import the button itself here. All right, and we need to pass the text to it. Let's see how it looks like. So it's somewhere here. I'm going to update the color of this. Let's do slight 50, and also the position of this would be absolute and it would be on the right side. So we can do right 0, top 0, and for it to position absolute according to this one, we're gonna make this relative. Okay, so maybe like we add some padding. Think 1, 2. Instead of this text right here, I'm actually going to remove the text and add a tooltip. So if someone hovers over, they get the text of what they're doing inside the tooltip, kind of like this. And let's add that into our project. All right, and we can copy this, paste it in here. Same thing for this one. Only thing would be we're gonna take this button, put it inside here. Let's do as child for this one and copy code. Let's see, where is the text? Yes, we need to write the function, but yeah, that shows up. So now let's write the function that's gonna actually copy the text to on the user's clipboard. So constant copy to clipboard. We take in text as the string, and this could be done in not inside the return statement. Okay, constant copy to clipboard. We don't need to be asynchronous, and this would be navigator that we access the clipboard, and then we write text. We paste in the text here, and then we can alert the user that it has been copied to the clipboard. Missing. Oh. All right, let's pass that on click here. We're going to call this function and pass the text coming from our props. Oh, it console logs. I'm going to do alert instead. Okay, copy code. Okay. Amazing. If I paste it here, it really did copy. That's great. All right, and as next steps, let's create a page where we're gonna display all the projects that user has created. And I'm just gonna, instead of fix this typo here, it should be in your site. Okay, and for the list of projects, we're gonna display them inside our dashboard. And as we have here, we need to fetch the projects that belong to user. Right now we're fetching all of the projects. And to add that filtering, we're going to use where condition, and we're also going to need this equal function from Drizzle ORM. So it would be equals and Drizzle ORM. Okay, and then we have to make the project ID, project user ID equal to user ID. So as we have here, if I go to the table, yeah, that's the field that should match what's my user ID. To use the Shadcn card component. So this is like a sample example. It contains, we can add the header, the content, and the footer, and then update the content inside. So let's go ahead, add that card to our project. And I'm going back here. All right, once that is ready, I'm going to create a new file inside the dashboard that would contain projects list.tsx. And let's create a component here. Let's export default the projects list. Now we need to define the props because here we are, page is the one that's fetching the data, and here we're taking in that data. And we don't have to, technically we know all the fields that user projects have, for example, this ones, but we don't have to redefine this by ourselves. We can just use infer the types from Drizzle ORM. And for that, I'm going to use infer select model. We're gonna pass table to this, and then this would like infer the types, and this is coming from Drizzle ORM. Infer select model, yeah, because it is the model that we're passing. All right, and let's import the projects from the schema. Now, if we wanted to define type project, this would be, we're gonna call infer select model, we're gonna pass the projects, and here we get that type exactly. So that's great, and here we didn't have to, also when we call these functions, you can see the type is already inferred. So we didn't have to do that here, and then let's just like define type props, because here we're taking, it's not just going to be project, but it is going to be an array of projects. So let's just do this projects, and when the way we create type of an array is the type name followed by this brackets. All right, so props, and this would be of type props. Great, let's just map them out here. Before we create any kind of cards, we're just gonna first display like the project name to test it out. Okay, so props.projects map. Every project here, we can also type this out because it is of type project. That way, another benefit of typing things out is that once you're typing things here, you know what fields the project has. So easier to keep track that way. All right, so we are ready to check what's going on here. So let's import the projects list from the same folder. All right. And let's add that below the new project button. Projects list equals to, not equals to, let's call that. And we need to pass the project as a prop. So that would be user projects. All right, I'm gonna save this. Now let's go back to our application. So this would be in the dashboard. All right, those are our projects. So I pretty much named them same names, but these are different instances from our database. Let's display some more fields and place this inside the card. So for the card, let's import things that we need, which would be card content. We have a description, a header, and a title. It's from the UI, and then card. Let's also import a button, which we're gonna use to display inside the card and a link from next link. Great, so I'm gonna replace this with a card. So now since we're mapping things out, we are using key as project ID because the IDs are unique and also keys need to be unique. For the class name for the card, let's do maximum width. I'm gonna set it to 350. I'll also do flex direction and flex column. Then we have a card header, which I want that to take the most of the space, and just we're gonna push the button down in the footer. So for that, let's do class name equals to flex1, followed by title, which is project name. Then we have a description, and let's do project description. If there is one, it would show up. Okay, once we're done with the header, we can do card footer. Oh, I haven't imported it, so make sure to add that in the imports. Okay, and then here we're gonna have a link. href would be not the dashboard, but we do have projects, and we are gonna create a file for the page for this one. So removing the dashboard tag, projects, and then let's do view project and close out the link. Okay, I'm gonna save this, and this is how it looks like. Not all of the projects have a name, and we can change that, but yeah. So now let's change the display and display this inside of a grid. So for that, I'm gonna change the styles for our unordered list here and turn that into a grid. So by default, let's have one project show up per row, and then on the larger screen sizes, we're gonna have three columns. Let's do some margin and a padding, also the gap in between the items. All right, let's also make the height of the card take the full available space in that row, so they're kind of all balanced out. And inside of the projects list here, I'm gonna display your projects and change the header styling. This would be text XL, and let's do font bold. We can also center that, and let's increase to 3 XL. And add some margins on top and the bottom. This up and put this right next to the header, that would make sense. So I'm gonna cut this, save that. So it would go here, maybe before this one. And what we can do is we can wrap this into a div, make that flex, items, center. Okay. We can do justify center as well, and maybe add some gap in between items. All right, and as for the new project button, we can actually remove the text and make it, where's the button, rounded full, so it's circular. All right, and I'm gonna remove this margin because that makes it not circular. All right, that looks better. So this page gets loaded, as you can see, when we await, and we have to wait for this data. Before that, we can't render all of this. But we don't want to just show a blank screen while let's say user is on a home page and then they navigate to the dashboard. Right now, I guess it's cached and it does get navigated pretty quickly. But if that's not the case, instead of showing like a blank screen, we want to show some kind of like a loading UI. And we can add a loading state by adding loading file inside a folder. So we are in the same folder as page. If I do new file here and loading.tsx, I can create a function and display what I want to show as a loading state. So for now, I'm gonna turn just the text that says loading, and then we're gonna update the UI. So we have that we should display this when the page is loading. We can put this function and define it as a suspense in the layout. So we have layout for the dashboard, so we can actually use this throughout the dashboard. I'm gonna move this into the user folder, and because we also have the same loading scenario where we're loading other projects separately, so I don't want to have to define this loading state in every page. So this would be convenient. So if we were to go to layout, import, it was export default. Right, and then later we're gonna have other like items here, such as navigation and all those things that don't have to wait for the page. This would be only one that would show the loading state. Okay, and then we use the suspense. So that would be from React. And we can wrap the children in the suspense. And as a fallback, pass the loading state. All right, let's save that and see if for like 1 second it appeared the text. But the text doesn't look that great, so instead we're gonna use the skeleton UI from also Shadcn. So there's like different variations we can do with this. Let's say if you have just loading an image and the text, but we can get the one that looks like a card and display a few of those. But first, let's install that. I'm gonna open up terminal, switch this. Okay, so that should get installed, and let's copy the code. So we are inside the loading file now. I'm gonna paste that, and I will also paste the code here, but the difference would be I'll display this like few times. So let's do this. So let's show this 3 times, and we're also going to wrap this into a grid. Grid columns 1 by default, and then on medium, grid columns 3, gap 4. All right, so it's the same card, just 3 times. I think that looks better. So let's replace that. I'm gonna add bigger margin at the top. 6. Let's on the smaller screens do 3, and then medium should be 6. Cool. We can check one more time. Great. Yep. That looks like a real loading UI now. Now we will create a project page which will redirect to on clicking the view project. I'm gonna close out this other files here, and this would be inside projects, the project ID. We're gonna add in this folder new file, page.tsx, and just like we did with the instructions, we want to get like this parameters and access the project ID. So I'm just gonna copy that piece, paste it, and return div project page for now, and then we can do display project ID. That would be params that project ID. All right, and we have to export default page. Okay, so if we click on one of those, it redirects us to this. And let's fetch some project data here since we have to display that. So import db from B, and think that's about it. So yeah, if we don't have the project ID, we're gonna return that it's invalid, and constant project equals, let's make a query. It would be await db.query. Then we pass the project name, so that would be projects. And we use a function for find many. And we're gonna use a where condition, but when using that, we need to also import the equal function. So I'm gonna do that now, and that's coming from Drizzle ORM. So in here, we call equals, and we say projects.id equals to parameters project.id. Oh, and then let's make the page async since we have await. And let's import the projects table. So usually 3 things we have to import when doing a query. Filtered query, that would be the first, the database on which we run the query. Second is this equals for the filtering, and third is the table name. So so because the project ID is string as a part of URL, we can't really have numbers, so we'd have to convert this to a number. And unknown first, because I usually do number. Let's see what it says here. Conversion of TypeScript. Oh, I see. We can also do parse integer. All right, that's better. Let's console log the project for now. Get project, and yeah, that's our project data. And here we also want to display the project feedback. So the feedback that was collected via the widget submitted by the users, and we want to show that. But for that, first we need a table in our database to store the data. So we would have to go and update the schema. I'm going to go to the schema, create a new table here, export constant. I'll name this feedbacks. That equals to PG table feedback. So we're going to have also a serial ID. That would be the unique ID and also the primary key for this table. Then we'll have a project ID, which is which project does this feedback belong to. We don't need the user ID because the users submitting the feedback are not actually logged in, we're gonna have a user name, which is one of the fields on our widget. And then we have user, email, and finally the message. So those three fields, this is how we're gonna store them. And now we have two tables, right? But we also need to create relationship between two tables. And this relationship would be one-to-many. So one project can have many feedbacks, but the feedback itself belongs to only one project. I think that would make sense in terms of collecting the feedback. And for defining the relations, we're going to use this relations function from Drizzle ORM. And we import that. We have to define all the relations for feedback. So that would be export contact constant feedbacks relations. Then we call the relations function here. And as a argument, we're gonna pass first the feedbacks table, and second, we pass the functions that we will need. In this case, we want one because we only have one project. Then we return the field that we want to get added once that relation is created, and then define how this would work and on what fields. So we pass the table name that we're creating relation with, and then we pass the field definitions. So here fields would be, we're gonna take feedbacks and project ID field. And then we're gonna do references, so which field does that reference to inside the project, and that would be ID. So this is where we're gonna create that link. And all right, so that's our relation, but for this relation to be complete, we also need to add the relation from project side, and also we want to access the feedbacks from the project side. So let's do that here, and that would be export constant projects relations. We call the relations function. We pass in the project, but this time we instead of one, we want to access the many. So let's do that, and inside here, let's add feedbacks field. And that would be many, and here we can just pass feedbacks table. Okay, let's save that. So it would add this field to the projects table that would contain all the feedbacks related to that. All right, let's save that. Let's push our changes. So I'm gonna do npm run db push, and let's see, we have to get another table added here, which is feedbacks right here. And for now, this table is empty. Let's add some feedbacks for this project number 4. So I'm gonna do an insert row, project ID, let's do 4. Wait, why do we have a feedback text? Oh, yeah, we don't need this because this is what like message is. So I'm gonna save this, actually run it again. So before I add, I'm gonna discard this. Let's refresh. Insert some feedback. So project ID 4, name. All right, let's save that. Let's add another one. ID would be generated, project ID for one more time. let's leave a negative feedback this time. Okay, let's save this. So now if we go back, that's weird. So if we go back to the project page, we are going to notice we can reload that and fetch one more time, but you're going to notice that the feedbacks are not coming in. That's because by default, when we make a query, we just get all the immediate fields from like all the columns from that table, and it doesn't include the relations. So if we wanted to add the relations, we can use with. So inside the find menu, I'm going to do with, and then I would set the relation and or table name that I want to be included and set that to true. So if I save, I think we have to save this as an integer, and let's import that, because when we're making the relation, this serial is stored as an integer. We convert it to an integer and push the changes. If I reload this here now, we're gonna see that the feedbacks array is coming back with the two objects which we just added in the database. Since we have that data, we can take this project information, display it at the top of the page, and also map out feedbacks. And to be easier to go through feedbacks, we can put them in the table. So what I'm going to do here is get started with displaying the project information before we go to the table first. And that would be header 1 is where we take in this project name and display it. Since it comes back in an array, we can do this projects equal to await. And so since we have also same name for the table, we can import projects as DB projects instead. So we use this name when we're referring to the table. We use this name when we're referring to projects results. And constant would be the first item in the project. So now we return the name of the project. So let's see here, that would be this one. I'm gonna update the styling, class name, text 3 pixel, font bold, and margin at the bottom 3. Then we have the description. Let's do that inside the header 2. Let's do text color primary foreground, and also a little bit bigger text, maybe Excel, and margin of the bottom of this one too. Foreground, what about background? Okay. Here on the right side, we can add a link to like visit page. So I'm gonna import the link from next link, and this would be followed by link. Let's do visit site. We need an href. Project.url, and so let's check if we do have the project URL, since it is optional, and then if not, display null instead. So this would be visit site, and let's add some styling. Class name, I'm gonna do underline. Text, we can do indigo and 700. We can also browse an icon, not site, maybe globe, so that it shows us that it's on a different link. Okay, globe, we have this one, import statement. And the component, width 5, height 5, and margin on the right 2. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna wrap the link and the globe actually in the to show up the text right next to the icon, we're gonna do a span, and let's do display inline block. Let's do display flex for the link. Okay, let's also do items center, so this globe comes right next to it, and I think margin right would be good. If we also maybe increase the font of this one, so let's do large. Great, and I'm gonna move this to the left, so I'm gonna wrap these two inside a div. And all together in a div that has a flags and justify between items center. Okay, that pushes our link to the site. Items, let's do start so it moves up. Okay, now for the table, we're gonna use a 10-stack table. It comes with a lot of cool functionalities out of the box. For example, we have grouping, sorting, and also ordering. We can also describe the type and the structure of the table. For example, like it's shown here, and how to style or return the cell, header, footer, and then it would follow, the table would follow that structure definition. And going to the installation, it works with other frameworks, but we're gonna do this command for React, and I'm gonna go to my terminal, add that in here. And once we have that, if we take a look at the examples, we can do the one that has pagination APIs, but let's go to examples. Yep. So here we should have pagination. And we import some data, define the column. So for example, we have first name, then a last name, age, and all the other fields. Then we store the data in a state and also have the refresh data piece we're not gonna use, but we take the table component from a 10-stack and also pass the functions. For example, for the filter function, this is also coming from 10-stack, but if you wanted to like customize it, all these functions are customizable. And once we have those defined, we map out all the rows, display columns, and then there's also a pagination option, which shows up at the end of after the table. Here, and our use case won't be as many fields. We only have 3 as this one, but let's copy this example and modify it. I feel like that would be easier. And we're gonna create a new table function inside the components folder. Let's name this table.tsx. And what would be different that here they just import the data versus we are going to be passing the data as a props. Also, we don't need all this extra things. So index CSS, that wouldn't be part of it. We are not importing the data, but instead of this, they have a definition of the person type, which they're using as a type for the data items. So instead of that, let's import our type from Drizzle. So we're gonna use in first select model. And here we have the data of the feedback. So let's import that from the schema. And it comes with projects, but I don't think we are going to be needing projects. So we can define like the type of, not the person, but feedback that equals to in first select model type of feedbacks. So, okay, then we take this feedback and pass it to the column definitions. So this would be the columns, and we're gonna update that. This one, we will update to the name, then this one. So what do we have here? First name, last name. Instead of the last name, we're gonna have email. ID would also be email. Oh, it's user email. Okay. And let's see. So have username. I'm gonna define the header as name. Then I'm going to add user email. ID, we can leave that as add user email, update the text. And that's a good thing about like having TypeScript. We don't have to go to the feedback. We can always just hover over and check the types. And here we have a message. Okay, the rest of them we don't need, so I'm gonna remove it. So I'm gonna rename this function as, so we're already importing the table from 10stack. I'll rename this one as 10stack table. And I'll name this as table, although any definition of. So in the filter, we're going to update and call 10stack table. Okay, so we do have the columns part, we do have feedback definition. The next thing would be the data. Data is coming from the props. So here we're going to define props, and instead of it being any, it would be feedback. So we can take this definition out and move it here. Also update this as a feedback array. Okay, saving this. That's our data. I'm gonna remove data. In terms of refresh data, let's see where we have that. We're gonna remove this as well and then re-render function. All right, coming back here. And this would be, and here because my table props definitions are different, that's why we're seeing the error, but let's fix that. So update this would be feedback. This also feedback. So then pagination, we have page size 10. We create a state where we store which page we're on. Then we define constant table this way. Use React table, we use the hook from 10stack. We pass our columns, pass our data. Also, we want it to debug, so we set this to true. This function is what renders the rows. This function is what helps us sort. Then we have a filtering, pagination, and what happens on pagination change because we need to save the state. Okay, returning, that's our table like we would create in an HTML. Table head, we get header groups if we have any, which in this case we don't, but we can leave it this. Then comes the filter. And in the body, we fetch the row models, take the rows and map them out. Every table row needs to be unique, so we call the ID, return the cells, and then render them using these functions. And then this is the pagination that we have buttons in here. And this is for if we want to jump to type it out and jump to a page. So that's that. Then we have a filter function. So it does have extra definitions for minimum and number, which we won't be needing because our data, all of it are a string, but we can leave it for the future if we have any numbers. But if not, then it's gonna do a search. On change, it would update, it would store the value and then add the filter, call a filter function. So the rows would be filtered out. So all these things we don't need. We're not gonna return the app. We're just gonna do export, default, and table. Okay, let's import this table in the page where we have all this data and pass it on. So once again, we're taking two arguments that would be data and columns. So I'm gonna do this after this div. I'll create a new div and we add a table here. As for the data, that's going to be project feedbacks, and we don't need the columns here as a props because we define the columns here. So let's save this. And one more important thing is that because we have hooks here, we have state, we need to define this as a use client. And the data here is coming from props, and that would be test out right now. We're gonna see that we get the data with all the 3 fields that we have, and also we don't have that much data to be testing the pagination. Let's remove this page index and size text. Okay, so that comes after this span. I'm gonna remove it. Go to page, let's leave that. And this one's coming from here. And I don't think we need either this pre or this div, so I'm gonna remove that. To update the styling of the table, the first thing I'm going to do is add the margin above here. So we do have some padding, but let's add a larger margin, maybe somewhere around 5 would be a good number. And then because the message, we could have few sentences even, it could take up larger space, so we can add the size for it to have more width. And to change the size on this like column sizing guide, we can see that we can set the size, and then there's minimum and maximum size, and that goes onto column header. So I'm gonna go into the message section. So add maybe size 400, then we're gonna have minimum size and then maximum size. And then in the table data part, we have to also pass that as a style. Okay, so now we can see that the size of the message got updated. Let's update the headers as well. I would do text on the left side for all of them. So table headers are in th, and we can do add the class name that equals to text left. We can also update the background color. Let's set it to gray 50. And we can do rounded top medium. For some rounded corners, great. I'm gonna add a padding. All right, the same padding I'm gonna add for the table data elements as well. So let's move to that one. Here we have, let's do after the key class name. We can do border bottom to separate that, and yeah, that looks way better. Data. Okay. And I'm gonna add border bottom for the row that displays the headers as well. So we can separate that, and maybe we can use like a different color for this. So slate, I'll do something a little bit darker. Then the other one, maybe that's too much, but okay, let's do 300. And let's do padding at the bottom too, so we have more space. Oh. I'm also going to add a margin at the top with the filter, so there's more space between this input and the title. And going to the filter now, we have flex. Okay, input shadow. Let's do padding 2. I think 1 should be good. And then update the text color. I'm gonna make it darker. 800. And we don't want, I think it has a font thick, but I'm gonna make it thinner. All right, let's add this navigation buttons. We can browse some icons from Lucid. So let's do the right icon. This one, but maybe without the circle. Yep, this one seems. At the top, I'm going to import that. From Lucid React, let's also do chevron left. And I'm going to see if there's like a double, kind of like we have for this one. Let's do maybe navigation. Oh, here we go. Let's see, anything else we need? All right, now I'm gonna go down to where those are defined, which is here, and replace that with, so this would be chevrons left. This we can delete. And multiple chevrons, right? Oh. Where? Okay, let's see how that looks like. All right, that's better. Maybe we can add a background, also gray 50 to the buttons. So it'll be here, here, this one, and this one as well. And cursor pointer, I don't know why it doesn't, oh, because we're using like default button at the Shadcn UI want, because that one usually comes with cursor pointer. So when somebody hovers over the cursor, they know that it's clickable. As a way to let users navigate back to the old project, let's add some breadcrumbs at the top, which would have links for all the projects and the project that your user currently is on. So for that, I'm going to close out the table and go back to the page. In here, we're going to, let's add also a chevron right icon that would separate the link for all the pages and then the project. We already have link imported from NextLink, so we don't need that. And here, before we get all this, we can add, we get the information, we can add another div. So the first link would be projects, and instead of back to projects, I'm gonna do this one after the link, and this would be all projects. Or actually, since we already have the name of the project, we can just do back to projects. Let's see how that is looking like. I'm gonna refresh the page. For some reason it didn't. Okay, so for that one, we would need the left one, and let's update here as well. Okay, so that has the, I guess, the color for text Indigo 700, I guess because we also have another link here. That's why it added that color. So that looks good. As for the URL, let's check the URL. It's projects. Oh, it should be dashboard, since that where we have the list of all the projects. Okay. Let's click here and we get redirected to the dashboard. Let's add some margin, increase the margin at the bottom. I'm gonna do 5. Okay, and before we move on to the next part, let's make this table width full, not just the message column. And also we're gonna align the page, like the headings, heading to match the same as the header, so they're like aligned. For the table, let's go where we have table component, and inside here, let's do class name and width full. All right, that's that, and adding a padding here. So this one has, I think 2.5 as on the side, so we can just update that inside the layout. So we have a padding Y and then padding X. Let's check. Okay. Oh, and then large, on large is padding 20. All right, that looks good. Now we're going to add a menu button here that collapses and shows menu items right next to, as we have like this one for the account. We want it for a few other things like the dashboard, settings, subscriptions. And for that, we're gonna use the drop-down menu from Shadcn. So this is how it looks like. If we open up, we see all these links. And let's add the code. npm, I'm gonna go to my editor, my terminal, paste the code. And let's add that into a new component inside components folder, new file. And I'll do header menu.tsx. Let's see the sample code. So those are our import statements, and then we have a sample code that we can take, return here. I misspelled constant, and export default header menu. Cool, now let's add this menu item inside our header, which is here, and that's the we need to import that. Oh, this happens if the user is signed in. Oh yeah, that's, otherwise the header wouldn't show up. So if we click open here, we're gonna see that this is showing up. For instead of the text, let's do icon and 3 lines. So I'm gonna use this one. And then let's do the one also where the menu item is open, which would be like a close. All right, X it is. So to determine which one to show, let's first do show this one. But then when it's open, we want the other one to show. So the trigger automatically, or the button that's inside the trigger would on click automatically open this, but if we want to instead have a controlled menu, which is where we have a state and we control when the state gets updated, then we can check that from inside drop-down menu, even though there's no example of that on the documentation on Shadcn page. We can always go to their API reference, and there's a few more props that we're gonna find here, like open, on open, change. Since we have to manage the state, we have to turn this into a client component. Then import the state so we can save. That would be use state from React, and created, it would be open, set open, and that equals to use state. By default it would be false, and the type of this is Boolean. Here inside the menu item is, I believe, what we passed this prop to. So let's do that. Open equals so now if I try to open it, it's not going to open because the state hasn't updated and it is still false. We can remove the menu trigger and actually replace that with the button. So let me import button, and we need the onClick function. OnClick would equals to, first if we do set open to true, we will see that it's going to open it. Or actually, let's put back the drop-down menu trigger. Like, let's wrap it in the drop-down menu trigger. And so this is relative to it, but if we click it again, it's not going to close it. So let's create a function that instead toggles. Toggle menu would be wherever it is not open, and let's take previous open and set it to not the previous open. So copying this, calling it here, as child prop. To pass what happens on open change inside the drop-down menu item. So we're gonna call here toggle menu. Okay. Oh, I noticed that this spans across the whole row, so let's remove that because that's misleading. When somebody clicks here, it would get updated. So back in our page, we have the link, item center, okay, and then the width, let's do fit content. Okay, perfect. So now we don't get that here. As for, I'm gonna close this out, header menu, let's do margin on the right, set to maybe 6. Let's add the margin right on the button. All right, also I'm going to update variant, and let's set it to secondary. All right, that looks better. And finally update what we display. So on open, we display close button, and then other way around. Okay. So in here, we don't need an icon for my account. We already have that from here. So we're just gonna do subscription and then projects. I'm going to remove this. Projects and billing. We can also add some icons like they have here. And it would be kind of like this class name styling. So for the icons projects, let's do like folder maybe. So this is folder. Okay. And for the payments, we can do credit card. I'm gonna paste the class name, save that. And paste that in here for credit card. Okay, let's check that. I would also set the width to similar to here because it looks really small. All right, now we can add the links to this item. So I'm going to import next link. And add href, so this would be dashboard. Do this as a span. And class name for the link, flex. All right, copying this link here and doing the same for the credit card, although what would be different is the URL. We're gonna create, we don't have the payments page yet, but we're gonna create that. So let's update. If I go to projects, I do see that this does get updated, even though we also want this to get closed automatically. And so for that case, we can, instead of link, either detect the URL change and close it, or we can turn this into a programmatic, just a button, and then redirect programmatically. And we also need, when the redirect happens, the menu to close. And for that to change, we need to add as child to the menu items. So it adds a reference to the link. So if we try, I'm gonna go back now. Projects, we can see that this got updated. So at this point, we have a database. We also have admin dashboard where users can see their feedbacks, also the menu to navigate between different pages. Now what we need is that and we tested the admin dashboard so that when we add a new feedback, it shows up there, but we need to be able to actually add feedbacks from this widget and send them that we created. So once this is filled out, it should connect to the database and add a new row in feedbacks table over there. So for that, we will first create a database function. It would be a function that runs on the database. We will use a SQL function. So Postgres has a built-in support for SQL. And then once these functions live inside the database, and we can use them via the API. So that's the documentation on the Supabase where we'll be creating this. And this is like a sample function that we can copy. And then these are the examples on how we run them in different languages. So let's go navigate to our Supabase dashboard. From here, I'm going to go to SQL editor where I can create a new query. So I'm going to paste this one, but update function names, and also we have different tables. So first, let's name this, we have create or replace, add feedback. Inside add feedback, we need to take in all the fields of the new feedback. So that would be first, we have project ID, and we can also have like type definition. So this would be integer. Then we have a user name, which is a text followed by user email, also text. Finally, a message, which is text as well. So when we see language SQL, this is a language definition. Actually, I'm gonna use PLPG SQL instead. Here we define our function before this as and then this $signs. So the return statement would be big int. I'm gonna remove this line definitions. Okay, return speaking language, and then we declare a new kind of like a variable as we would do in JavaScript. So this would be feedback ID, and this is what we're gonna fill in once we run the query and then return. Okay, so now let's begin the query. So this is going to be insert into, then we give the table name, which is feedbacks, and we pass project ID, user name are all, so these fields should match the field names as we have in the schema, because we're writing like SQL, so it should be these ones. Username, user email, and then the message. And now we define what values we are putting into them, and then these values would be coming from this argument. So starting with project ID, username, user email, and message. Finally define the returning, which would be ID into, and then we add that in the variable that we just defined. And a return statement, new feedback ID. I'm gonna remove this and also move this in where we declared the language. Okay. We can end here. Let's run the query. It will give us whether or not it's successful. So it says success, no rows returned. Okay, so that's our function. Let's test the function. To test it, we have to call it from somewhere and pass the argument. So to call it, I'm gonna do it right in place, select query. So if you wanna call another functions in a new query, we just use select keyword and the name of the function, which is feedback. Then we pass arguments. Project ID would be 4, username, let's just do user, sample email, and some message, which is testing db function, Supabase. All right, and let's run that. This should return the ID of newly created feedback, which is here. So that's great. That means the function is working. We can even, if we want to go to table editor, examine in the feedbacks, there should be a new feedback with the same ID and then the message and all the other fields that we just added. Now to call this function from our Vid app, which we have for the widget, we have different options. One, we could deploy the function to a separate, like a serverless function or as an API, and then set that up, include it, but then that would require separate repository and also like a deployment. Or we can install Superbase's client library for React and then just use that. So if we go to the docs here, we can install using this command, Superbase JavaScript. So note that I'm going to the repository that contains, I'm gonna minimize this, that contains the logic for the widget, and I'm also running it on localhost port 5173. Yes, back to the terminal, add a new window, paste the command. Once we have that installed, we can create a client. So here we're going to need also a Superbase URL and the Superbase key, which we can get it from dashboard. I'm gonna show you guys how. So for this one, let's copy the code. This is installed. I'm gonna minimize it. I'll create a new file for Superbase client. Let's do new file. .js, because this is a JavaScript app. Let's paste this code. So what's doing here is importing a function create client from our client library, and it creates a single client which you can export then and use it in the application. And then we're not gonna hard code these URLs and keys inside here. What we're gonna do is save them in environment variables. And to fetch the environment variables in Vite is different from how we do in like Node, NextJS, where we do process.env and then the file name. So here it's Superbase URL is named that, and we call import.meta and then env, followed by the file name. So Vite Superbase URL, it should start with Vite, otherwise we won't be able to access it. Superbase key, also like this. I'm gonna remove the anon part, but yeah, it's Superbase key. So then we take this one, replace it in here. Same thing. Once we have that, let's do export default Superbase. So we can use it throughout our applications. For getting the keys, once we do connect, we go to app frameworks, we select React, then we do Vite, and we can just copy the keys that shows up. Having done that, we don't yet have environment file in this project, so we're gonna create it. .env, paste what we got, and save. Okay, closing this out, let's call the function. In here, I'm gonna go to the table editor. Inside the widget, we already have a submit function where only thing we need to do is take this data and send it to our database function. So let's first import the Superbase. Already created client from. We are in source folder, so it should be here. All right, and we do async here. and constant data, then error. Already have the data. Let's do return data error, and we're gonna call await supabase.rpc, and here we pass the submit function, which is add feedback. So if the submit function didn't have any arguments, then we would just call it like this, but since we do need to pass the data, we pass it like this. And RPC stands for remote procedural call. So basically it's a way for us to call Postgres functions and logic in the database. Then we can make it able to be executed from anywhere. And then this is good for like logic that doesn't often change, for example password resets, or in case of our feedback we're all mostly gonna be passing this data as it is. Okay, so then let's just console log the returned data, test this out. We are running the app. I'm gonna navigate to where our app is. Oh, it's restarting the server because the env changed. Okay. Supabase key is required. Let's just double check that our env environment, it's named it anon key. Okay. So if we go to Supabase client, let's import the anon key instead. So if this should restart the server. Let's restart it since I don't see the notice that it did. Okay, so that's our feedback button. I'm gonna do testing the widget code. Let's submit. Go to our console. And we get back null, which shouldn't be the case. Let's check our feedbacks. And we also have to modify the names because it should match the names in the function. So if we go here, we have the fields project ID, username, user email, and a message. We would need to pass that from the project tag itself because the project ID varies from, we don't get it from user filled out form, we get it from when users add it to their site. So yeah, let's first change. So let's change this to the fields, username, user email, and the message. I'm going to remove the rating since we don't have that. And before we pass the value of the project ID from the widget itself, we can try to run the query. So try to pass the hard-coded ID. So let's do 1. I'm going to save this, call the feedback. Let's submit and see if we got something in our console. Okay, so there's add feedback and there's the response 6, which is the ID. We can also double check in the table editor for the feedbacks. And yep, we got added a new feedback here. Great. Now we're going to update the widget component so that it accepts a dynamic project ID instead of hard-coded one. So this that will pass in the data, it would come from the props. And if we were to go in app.jsx, we can just pass project ID, and that equals to, actually we can just do 1. .jsx, so we can run this and it will take the props. But in case of users who have integrated the widget into their site, they would have to update it in, over there we use the camel case, no, the kebab case. So yeah. So if we create a new project into our application, let's name this testing widget props. We'll get this code snippet that will show us how to integrate that in the instructions, and what we need to do is update instead of project, it's going to be project ID. Let me switch back to our dashboard and we have instructions, projects and instructions. Okay, and here I'm going to update the code. I'll do project ID. We can also, while we are on here, make this instructions page accessible from when we go to the project, because right now it only shows up if we create the project. So I'm gonna go back to projects. So if I do view project, well, there's no feedback yet, but we can add another prop here, or let's do this one, testing action. And another here on like how to integrate. So that would be in the page. Yeah, it gave us suggestions. So it would be projects, project ID, instructions. Let's add some margin at the top too, and code. Let's also maybe add a icon for this coming from Lucid React. So I'm going to copy the styling of this globe icon, and before the span, I'm going to add that, replace it with code. And if I update this, it should show up. Let's wrap this two in the same div because we don't want this spacing. So this would be div class name flex column. And this would go after the link. Okay, that looks good. Let's double check if it goes to the correct URL, and that's right. If we take a look at our schema and the table for the feedbacks, you are going to notice that we're missing the rating here. So first, to collect the ratings as well, we can add the rating here, push our changes. It's going to be integer, and then pass that in our function. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to call npm run db push and npm db generate. Oh, npm run. I think I said it, but I didn't actually run it. So that way we get the types generated and don't get the error when we're fetching the function. So let's go back to the project. View project. Before the message, or maybe after it, we can add like a rating column. So this would be in our table component in the column definitions. Rating, this is how the header is going to show up, and that would be rating. And here, instead of just showing like a number, what we can do is have like a custom cell, which we haven't done yet because on all the other cells we just pass the value that's coming from the data. And then in the custom cell we can display stars like we have on our widget. So, and we can reuse some of the code from here where we map out the stars based on the number of ratings someone got. So it would be this component, this part of the code, and then here in the components we can create a new file. We can do ratings.tsx, and I'm gonna create the keep component. So here we get the rating and then the count, I guess the number, we don't really need count, like the total number. I guess we can pass that as well. And let's export default the ratings. Inside the return statement, I'm going to replace this with the div that I just copied. And actually we are not going to have a function because this is just for the display. As for the star icon, we also can copy that. I believe that was not from the Lucid React. Yep, here it is. Let's add that, and the props, I'm gonna make the props for SVG element, and I think here the rest should look good. Now we can import this ratings in our table. It's in the same project folder, and let's use the value to pass into the rating as a number. But since we don't always have ratings, we can also like check. So if we have info that get value is not empty, then we can display a span saying not available. And then if not, we add the rating. This equals to null. We display not available, and then if not, we display this value as a number. So let's see that. None of this we have available, so they don't show up. But if I go in the table, update one of them, maybe I'll do 4 here. Let's see, does it get updated automatically? Okay. Let's refetch that data. Oh, I believe I'm not the user for this one. So let's do number. Oh yeah, this one has a different project ID. Okay, yeah, we are in number 4, so let's save this and refresh it. Okay, so we do get this here. And I'm gonna remove the cursor pointer because it's not a button anymore. Great, so now we have the ratings, but we need to be able to update a rating from the function, query function that we created. So if we go back to the SQL editor, we have function to add feedback here, and we're gonna add another argument, which would be p rating, and this would be an integer. We can go here and add like a 5. Let's first run this, close assistant. Okay, success. Now let's run this one. Okay, 7. Great, we updated the query function, and final thing, we can update where we call the function from our SaaS submit so that we also pass the rating. And then this would be p rating, and then as you recall, we have a rating here saved as a state. So we pass that one along. Let's save this. We can try it out. So I'm gonna refresh the page here, call the feedback name. Let's do testing ratings, and I'm gonna do 2. Submit. We can go back to tables, feedbacks, and we just added p rating equals to 2. Okay, so we did pass that along. And we are not, we have to update as well here. So we take this p rating and message followed by rating here, and then we pass it. Okay, let's run this. So that's our final function for this one. Okay, I'm gonna submit. That's our add feedback payload, and then response number 9 that was created. Okay, let's go back to the table editor, feedbacks. We should see number 9, and we should see rating 2. All right, that wraps up the changes we had to make for the rating and on the widget. Regarding the issue that I was having running Drizzle kit commands, I found a solution on this open issue where other users have also reported that changing to port 5432 helps. So what I did was I did leave the Drizzle configuration. I have not updated this. This is the config file that Drizzle kit is using. But instead what I did was in .env.local, I changed the port, which before it was 6543. So I'm gonna copy this, and so hopefully this is fixed in future versions, but the configuration that Supabase gives us is what I pasted here, but the port only seems to work on this one and not the other one. So, and then the port is part of the URL, database URL that we have in .env.local. So I'm going to save this, and now anytime we run the push command or other commands, it should work. So now we are moving on to integrating subscriptions into our SaaS project, and for subscriptions we'll also need to save the information. Once we create a subscription, users get updated and all the other data, so we can make changes to our table here. we are going to, so we need to keep track of all the users that created the subscription. So I'm going to add a new table, export constant subscriptions. And this would be table subscriptions. So the fields that we're going to have, well, first it's the ID to use it as a primary key. Then we will have user ID that would be coming from the Clerk, same way we have it here in our projects. We also need a Stripe customer ID. And this is to keep track of once we create like a Stripe subscription, Stripe generates its own unique ID. So we're gonna later on that to see which of the customers' plans did get updated. And we are also going to save subscription ID. This is for which subscription they have. And finally, let's do subscribed, which would be a Boolean status and whether or not they are subscribed or not. And let's import Boolean from the PG core types. All right, I'm gonna save this. Changes, since our commands work now, it shouldn't have an issue. So db, npm run db and push command, it's gonna pull the schema from the database, and some of the changes that I made in the Supabase were different types from what I have defined in the schema.ts, but I want schema file to be the source of truth, so I will update. Now to start the payments integration, we would have to navigate to Stripe dashboard. Here now in the test mode, since this is a development version, and I'm gonna go to the developers need to fetch API keys so that we can integrate it. So in the API keys tab is where we're gonna have a publishable key and secret key. So also I'm gonna navigate here in .env.local. Publishable key, I'm gonna save it as next public publishable key. It has to start with next public because otherwise we won't be able to access that from a client. Next we have a Stripe secret key. This would be just used on the server side, so that's why we start with just a variable name and just copy this and save it in here. And next we need to create the product, so let's navigate to the product catalog. Here's my other products that I did. This one was for quiz generator using AI, and then this was also using AI, a form generator where you input the prompt and it generates a form for you that you can share. So if you want to check out those tutorials, those are on my channel as well, full stack tutorials. So make sure to see that. And here I'm going to add a product. This would be, I'm just going to paste the name, SaaS. We don't need description. Let's do amount. So this would be maybe like $6.99, and there's a monthly billing period, and we do have more pricing options. So let's see what they are. Okay. Once we create the product, we're gonna add another price, and then this price would also be for a yearly plan. So let's do this, and let's get the discounted number for the yearly plan. We can do something like $39.99. All right, let's add a product. Cool, once we're in the product here, we need to copy the price IDs. So we have the product ID, let's see. Okay, so we need both of those, and then we're gonna save them in our app. So in the lib folder, I'm gonna create a new file, payments.ts. This is just to save the constants. And let's do export constant. This would be monthly plan ID. It is a string and it equals to this one. And then we have yearly plan ID, which is, oh, this was the other way around. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it in here. And then this is the same, but I'm going to double check that because it was auto-generated. Okay, so we have a monthly plan ID, yearly plan ID. A Stripe instance, we first need to install the packages, and that would be two of them, Stripe and Stripe.js. So one is for our server, one is for our client side. Once those are installed, what we're going to do is create a separate file where we're going to initiate that instance, and that would be, let's go to our folder where we have this library, and I'm going to do new file stripe.ts. And here let's import Stripe from Stripe, and let's export constant Stripe lowercase that equals to new Stripe process. And here we pass our Stripe secret key, and if it's not available, we pass empty string, and then we need to do API version, which is required 2023 1016. And TypeScript true. Okay, I'm gonna close this out and this one as well. All right, so I guess the new API is this one, so we're gonna pass that. As for the client Stripe, that would be used on client side, so Stripe client.ts. We would need two functions here, the load Stripe and just the Stripe. Load Stripe, and that would be coming from the client side library, so Stripe and then the JS. I'm gonna define the type for Stripe promise, which would be, what is it equal to null? So promise either Stripe or null, and we get export constant get Stripe function, and this would return a promise. So if we don't already have a promise, Stripe promise equals to, we call the load Stripe and we pass this public Stripe. I don't have the Stripe in here, but next public publishable key. Make sure it matches the env variable, and we do return inside here Stripe promise. And now we need to create a functionality that creates checkout session. Checkout session is a customer session which is created every time they would like to make a purchase of your either product or a subscription. So that's the object, and then we have this documentation on how to create in like Node.js a session. So we first load this Stripe, initialize Stripe, which we did created, so we're gonna have to import this, and then there's a session, and then there's a function create, which we pass these different kinds of parameters. Some of them are required, like a mode, and then which will be subscription, and then some of these parameters are optional. This is like a basic response, and this is only code for like the checkout sessions, but we also can pass like a custom data in metadata, so that later on when Stripe sends us some information, we know about which customer based on our IDs in database this is about. And before we also do a session, we need to update that the user has started like updating their subscription in our database. So okay, let's do that, and then this goes on the server side. That's why we're gonna create like a separate API for that on our Next.js. Let's go. I don't think we have any APIs so far. So the way we do that is inside the app folder, we create a new folder for the API. It has to have this name. And then for the route, just like we go redirect to the pages based on what their folder name is. Same stands for the API. So I'm going to create a new folder for all the Stripe related APIs. And then inside here, this specific one, not the file, this would be folder. This specific one would have called checkout session. And then to create the actual route, we do new file and name it route.ts. All right, here what we want first is import Stripe from our lib definition and then Stripe. Next we need auth. From it would be Clerk, Next.js, and server. Then we need to run db queries. So I'm going to import the database and also equals function. Well, we also need subscriptions table, and let's do equals, and that would be from Drizzle ORM. Okay, to create an API route, we create a function, but we name the function based on what its method is going to look like. And since we need to send the data in the body, we're going to do async function. It would be post method. And we taking the request, which is of type request. Then let's take in what values we're gonna need from this request. So yeah, we would need price and we would need quantity, but this would be because we're selling like a subscriptions. By default, we can just have that as 1, and this would equal to await request.json. Then we access the user ID, then that's coming from Clerk auth, and we're accessing it on the server side. We can also just make sure if user ID doesn't exist, then we're gonna return unauthorized error, but this is not how we return in the new versions of the Next. It would be we create new response, and then inside the response, let's do JSON.stringify, and error would be unauthorized. As for the status, that would be 401, which is the code for usually unauthorized. Okay, next up, we can look up the user subscription to see if that exists inside subscriptions table or not. So constant user subscription, await db.query, then we access the users table, subscriptions table, and we do find first, where equal function, then subscriptions.user ID equals to the user ID. And we need to create a new variable. Let's do let customer. So if user subscription does exist, we need to update it. And then else, if not, we're gonna create user subscription. And we first create user as a customer in Stripe. So that would be constant customer data. Will pass Stripe our user ID because when we call the webhook, we need to know which user that is. And inside customer data, we're gonna have metadata, as I showed here. It's one of the optional fields, and we can pass whatever we want here. I'm gonna name the ID dbid, and it would be of type string. So this is type definition, we create the instance of it, and inside metadata we pass in this user ID that we got from Clerk. I believe there's extra curly brackets. Okay, so now let's call the Stripe function and capture the response that equals to await. Stripe customers create, and we pass in this customer data. Now, once the response comes back, we can get the customer and set that equal to get its ID. That would be response.id. Now we can take this ID from the Stripe and use that as a field for Stripe customer ID and create like a new value. So this would be await db.insert is what we're doing in this case, and we're passing the subscriptions table, and as for the values, it is going to be user ID. Then we have Stripe customer ID, which is customer ID, and then subscribed true. We're gonna update that later on once the payment has been confirmed by the Stripe. Okay, so then we have to pass a success URL as to the Stripe as to what happens when the session has been successfully completed. And for that, let's define what a base URL is. That would be our URL that we are on while running the application. So let's do, and then if we have this deployed, then it would be process public base URL is what we're going to save in environment variables. So that's that. And let's try session creation now. So constant session that equals to await Stripe checkout sessions create. Then we have a success URL, which is something that we're gonna create afterwards, and this would be base URL, and we're not gonna do the session account ID. We're just going to do payments and checkout dot success. Okay, let's keep suggesting the okay. So for customer, we're gonna pass customer.id. Let's first close this, add some fields here. Payment method types. So this we're gonna allow for the car as well, card only, and then we have a mode which is subscription. Finally, line items, and this is where we pass a price and quantity that come in as request parameters. So that's the session. Once we try that, we're gonna have a catch statement here. Let's review what this is trying to log in. JSON stringify error. We're gonna write the error message, failed to create a session, and then status would be 500. So inside here, after we create a session, if it has been created, we just return a new response that it has been successful. So status would be 200, and then what we have is a session ID, sending that data back. And let's do an else statement and return the response that it failed to create a session. All right, we can also here console log if there's any errors. So here we don't need to update actually user subscription. We can just access the data that is of like if user subscription exists. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say customer, so get the Stripe ID. Okay, and then customer equals to ID, and it would be user subscription, Stripe customer ID. All right, let's save this. So in request options, we don't have success URL. Let's see. I do see this as an option. Customizing your. So yeah, I think we're getting error because this is customer ID could be string or null. So let's do check that if customer ID, we're gonna return response and failed to get a customer ID. All right, that looks good. We have the checkout session API ready. Now let's create a button that would call this API and initiate the checkout session. This button we are going to create. Let's do inside. So we have components. User dashboard. I'm going to create a new folder for payments. And in here, create new file, and this would be subscribe.button tsx. Let's create a new component, subscribe button, and this would be, oh, it's a lot of suggestions. Let's just return button, which we're going to import from Shadcn UI, and let's do export default, since we're going to have a few things here like the state, and also we're going to call some hooks. We're going to make this a client component and defining props. So type props that equals to taking two things. First would be price, and we need user ID, but actually we can access the user ID from here. And let's define the props. So only thing we'll be needing here is a price that is of type string. All right, let's destructure that here. We have price and props. Let's create a new hook. So if we make a fetch, we fetch the API for create checkout session, and then the data is loading, we need to save the loading state. That would be from React. And we also need a get Stripe function. That's for the client, as I mentioned this is from Stripe client. Great, and the use router to redirect to a different page from next navigation. Right, and finally we're gonna display a loading icon, so that would be loader 2 from Lucid React. All right, calling the router hook, constant router that equals to use router. Then we have constant loading, set loading equals to use state. The type of this is Boolean, and by default it's false. So let's define the function that's gonna handle all this checkout clicks. So that would be constant handle checkout, and that equals to async. We pass the price as a string, and first thing we set loading to true. Actually I'm gonna remove this. I don't want to get the session, so we're gonna try constant session ID. We're gonna only access session ID. That would be coming from the data request that equals to await fetch, and we fetch our API, which is API Stripe and checkout session. So the method here is post, And then headers, we have content type application JSON. And as for the body, we take the price and we do JSON.stringify price. And once that is complete, we call then and take the result, return that as JSON. Okay. Constant stripe equals await get stripe. So basically the session ID that we get from the backend, we need to pass that to the stripe and function redirect to checkout. So that's going to actually take the user to a different URL and constant. If there's an error, let's catch error and console log it. Also, we're gonna here set the loading to false. We're also going to add a state for error. So if there is any errors, let's check that first. We're gonna return the error, and then if not, we're gonna create this button and pass onClick that equals to handle checkout, and then we pass the price coming from the props. All right, and if it is loading, then it would be disabled. Also, the content of this would vary depending on what we have. So if we have a loading, let's show instead a loader icon. So loader2 that equals to class name. We're going to do margin right 2, height 4, width 4, and then animate spin and something like please wait. If that's not the case, then we're gonna do subscribe. A subscribe button maybe on as like a last card inside the dashboard. And we can actually do it in the project list because here we have a grid and I want it to be the part of the grid. So import subscribe button. It's not in the components, it's in the payments. All right, and we have list items here. We're gonna close that out and pass subscribe button. As for the price, we are going to import that from our utils file. So that would be this one. All right, and going to pass that before we do any conditional logic, whether or not when this should show up or not. Let's test out our integration and APIs if it's working. So this should redirect us to this cool checkout page, and we have not written logic for what happens after the subscribe. So, but fetching this means that we configured all the Stripe environment variables and then APIs correctly. Okay, let's go back to the page here. And we are going to add the styling now. So let's do another card. And inside the card, place the subscribe button. Then let's add a lock icon to here. If we have Lucid React, no, import. Okay, let's see what this is suggesting. We're gonna close out the card header. Margin on the right, that would be 2. And the background color of this, we're gonna do gray 400. See how that looks like. Be 300 is fine. Flex column. Flex row. Okay. So by default, let's do text small, and then on medium screens do text large. And then same here, by default, we're gonna do 4 and 4. And justify center. Actually, item center. Margin top 3. And then we're gonna wrap this in a div. Okay. Then I'm gonna actually remove flex 1. And let's center the button. Okay, and then add margin at the bottom of it. I'm also going to change the subscribe button so it looks different from the color. And then let's do background, maybe indigo 700. All right, let's create the billing page where users can see on what kind of plan they are, and then they'll have an option over there to change their plan, because right now we just created a subscribe, but they also need to like maybe cancel or change like the billing frequency. So I'm going to close out all these files that are created, and going here inside the user, we have payments. In here, I'll create a new file, page.tsx. I'll create a new page with the payments URL. In here, let's create a page that would be a sync, because we need to get the auth data and then also like make a DB query. So that is why I'm doing that. And let's just return a div that is going to have subscriptions details. All right, so for the auth, let's import auth. Clerk NextJs server. Import DB from then we need subscriptions table. And also equals from Drizzle ORM. So let's get the user ID that equals to auth. And then we're gonna fetch a subscription of the user. So it would be DB, let's do query instead. Query dot subscriptions. Then we have find first. This is where the where will go, which is going to be where we call this remove parenthesis. Actually, this. And then equals function would be user subscriptions.user ID that equals to user ID. And we need to check first if we're gonna return null. And okay, let's console log. We shouldn't have a subscription yet. So if we navigate to the billing, we get subscription details, and in the terminal get subscribed as null. Okay, so then we can take that. Constant plan equals to if there's subscription and subscription dot subscribed is true. Then we say premium, and then if not, then it's a free plan. So then in paragraph here we display your current plan is, and then whatever that plan is. So let's save this. Okay, free. Update, make some changes. So class name, like styling, add some padding, border and rounded medium. Then let's do header 1, class name equals text for Excel, margin bottom 3. As for this one, just add a margin, add a bottom, maybe text large. Okay, so now we're gonna add change plan button in here. And then for that button, we're gonna have to call the create portal API. Let's first get started on creating the button, and then we're gonna do the API afterwards. So I'm going to make this larger. Inside the payments, let's do new file, manage subscription.tsx. So constant manage subscription. No arguments that are passed here, and then once again we do return a button. Let's do all the imports that we might need. First, we're gonna have some state and classes. This would be a client component. Also use a state from React. Then we call the get stripe. Not in the app, it's Stripe client. Use router from next navigation. A button from components UI folder and button. And let's add a loader to from Lucid React, and this would be from. All right, and we can copy some of the logic here. So we're gonna have to initialize the router, also create a loading class, error class, and create a function that calls an API. So, and display also if there's error, display an error. So that would go back to manage subscription. I'm gonna paste this and change some of the things. Inside this one, we are going to get the URL. Instead of API Stripe, we're going to create this create portal, which is not there yet. Method will also be post, headers same in the body. We don't need to pass anything because we're just going to get back like a portal where user already has a plan and they need to like change that. So I'm going to remove this stuff, and once we get the link back, we do router push, and then we redirect user to the URL. And if there is an error, we console log that error. Okay, and then we display that. As for the button, we can also do the same thing, but modify some of the things. So on click, let's rename this function to be redirect to customer portal. On click and remove this props. Okay, let's save this. And so we have please wait, modify your subscription. All right, let's take this and display it on our page. This would go below the paragraph. And before we call this, let's create that API. So going back to API, Stripe folder, new folder inside Stripe, that would be create portal, new file route.ts. Same here, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and paste it in here. Let's go through it. So we can remove this getting request parameters because we only need a user ID. If we don't have user ID, we return error. Then we fetch a user subscription. So this would all be the same. If now we create a customer and then we insert in the subscriptions table the one with the user ID and Stripe customer ID. So this is where it would be different is we try to get customer ID, check if it's true, and then instead of a session here, we are going to get a URL. So I'm gonna delete this and it would be constant URL that equals to await Stripe billing portal, then sessions and create. here we need to pass an object that would be customer with a customer ID, and then return URL as in like where this goes back. So we're gonna do payments page, so back to the payments page. And once we have the URL, we're gonna return a new response. And let's remove this. If URL, return new response, which would do JSON stringify. We're gonna have URL here. Status 200. Let's update the error messages. All right, we have the portal now. Let's try this. So it's loading now, and we do get the error. Path starts with is not a function. Oh, let's see. So inside manage subscription button, let's console log this. We have a router, yeah. Oh, this is a client, so it should show up here. Okay, URL, it's an object. Oh, URL.URL is where we should be pushing. So if we try now to click modify your subscription, we're gonna get redirected to this URL where we can update payment, billing information, see invoice history, or if we were subscribed, we would see like a cancel button here. And once we click return new business, it shows us, takes us back to our billings page. We're going to write different functions around user subscriptions and different scenarios of modifying it, and then later on we can use those functions in the server components and also in our webhooks. So inside the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file that would be user subscriptions.ts, because we have only functions, we don't render any UI here. So we are going to, let's minimize the terminal, and here we're going to need a DB since we're writing some DB operations. Next we need the subscriptions table, and finally equals function from Drizzle ORM. Export async function create subscription. This would take a Stripe customer ID. It would look up a user inside the table. Let's define that the Stripe customer ID is of type string. All right, and what I meant here is that await db.update subscriptions table, and we set subscribe to true where we have a condition that subscriptions Stripe customer ID equals to Stripe customer ID of the one that we had just passed. Okay, let's now delete a subscription or like cancel it. So that would also take Stripe customer ID. We're gonna find the one instance where it matches, and then instead set the subscribe to false. And then we can do get subscription to determine whether or not user has a subscription, so we're gonna need user ID for that coming from the auth. And let's fetch instead user subscription, await db query subscriptions, find first, add our condition, where would be subscriptions.user ID, and then we return user subscription dot subscribed. Let's see. Close this one out. I'm gonna save that. When there's some changes that happen during a session, like a checkout session, or when the portal is created, Stripe handles those changes, but then we have to, based on what kind of changes there are, update things on our side. That's where the webhooks come in. We can create a webhook so that Stripe instead can call our API and pass that information. So yeah, receive events as they occur in Stripe accounts, and then execute actions accordingly. And there's different lists of things, like events that could happen. I will try to see. There's like a sample endpoint that we can use. So it follows like a Stripe format. So, and then the way we handle events, we get this event that has a type. And there's type definitions. It could be payment intent succeeded, method attached, and this is how we test it on the local. So for registering the webhook, we're gonna do that on the webhooks page, which I'm gonna have it open here, or do it programmatically, but we're just gonna do it from the UI. And let's start creating the webhook. And based on the list of events, I have picked which ones I want to be handling. So yeah, inside the API Stripe folder, a new folder for webhook. And then this would be new file route.ts. We are going to import Stripe from Stripe. And then we have also our Stripe library. Then the actions that we want to use, so that would be create subscription and cancel subscription from our actions folder. These are subscriptions, and that's about it. Let's define relevant events. That would be a new set. So here we're gonna do checkout session completed, subscription created, and subscription deleted. So export async function method would be post. A post method function, so constant body equals to await request.text. Then we get a signature. This is really important. We need to get the signature for security reasons. So that would be inside headers, and it would be called Stripe signature. After that, we get the webhook secret, which we haven't defined yet because we haven't configured the Stripe from the dashboard webhook section, but we'll do that afterwards. And this would be two different things. So process.env. We're going to have two kinds of secrets for this one. One would be for the production, because that will be configured based on the production URL. And another one would be for local testing. So that would be configured on localhost. Because when we create webhooks in Stripe dashboard, we pass the URL of the API of the webhook. That's why we have two different ones. So, okay. Process.dnv, not dnv, that equals to production. Then we call process.env.stripe webhook secret. And then if not, we do webhook local secret. Let's do this. Okay. Then if it doesn't exist, we need to return the response, because otherwise without this, we won't be able to proceed. So, all right, and then check if the signature exists. So if not signature, also an error. And let's do constant event equals to stripe.webhooks construct event, and we need to pass three things as arguments, which would be body first, signature followed by webhook secret. Then we get the data back, constant data equals to event data object. So this would be of type Stripe. Actually, this is subscription, because we need to see if the event like types exist. That's why we're defining types. Okay, and then if relevant events, as event type that's coming from here. And check that. So if event type equals to checkout session completed, then we create, let's do subscription created. We get the constant customer data, and then we await create subscription, and then we pass this customer as a string, and then else if event type is deleted, we cancel the subscription. Okay, so then we proceed, we return new response. We can put something like JSON.stringify. And then received true status 200. Let's save that. All right, let's navigate to the webhooks and configure a new endpoint. So add an endpoint URL, because we don't know production URL yet. It would be once we deploy this application to a Vercel is what we're going to use for the deployment. We're going to update this URL, but the path like itself would be, domain would be different, but then API stripe webhook, that's the same because that depends on our file structure. So I did name this repository Next SaaS. I'm going to come back to it to make sure that's the name Vercel uses. And we can select events we want to listen to. So we had one checkout event, which was checkout session completed. You don't want it pinging your webhook on every event, because then, which you have to configure logic for, because then it's going to exhaust your resources. So session completed, then we have customer subscription created and deleted. Okay. Let's add those events in, and as you can see, like, their documentation is really great. The source, the sample code gets updated as we go through those events. All right, let's add them. If we do add endpoint, and we can update this because we are using the latest API version. Let's see if anything changed here. Request body, signature, endpoint secret. I'm gonna double check because last time I used the older version, but no, that looks good. All right, let's add that. Here where we're gonna get the sign-in secret that you can click reveal to, and based on the secret names that we created here. Stripe, local secret. Okay, so the one for the production would be this one, and we're gonna paste that in here. So we're gonna go back here in our dashboard, and if user is already subscribed, we are not gonna show this anymore, and we're gonna use this function. That would be page. Let's delete this one. And a dashboard. Import get subscription. So subscribed equals await get subscription. We pass the user ID. And let's do this. So if not subscribed, then we show this one. If not, let's do null. So I'm not subscribed, so this would remain the same. And we can get the count of user projects. So let's say we want to set the limit to like 3 or something, like for the free projects. Then if it's user projects number is above that, then we're gonna hide the the plus icon and user is not subscribed. So for the projects, for the limit, I'm gonna define it here because here it would be like hard to find. So payments, we can do export constant max free projects, and that would be number 3. Let's import them here. So if they're not subscribed, and so more specifically, if subscribe doesn't equal to true, and user projects length is more than max free projects, then we display, then we'll return null. Okay, so since I'm not subscribed, we're not gonna see the plus button here, and yeah, we see this one. Now, if we go to our home page, we can add like, we haven't modified this one yet, but we can add a pricing section in here where users can see what different options for subscriptions are available and what are the features that are included in them. Let's create a, so this page is app.page.tsx, and inside our app, which is here, we can create a new folder, landing page, and add all the components here. So new file, I'm gonna do pricing.section.tsx, and I'm also going to do new file index.tsx, which would contain constant landing page, and it would we'll take this component and add it in the app.jsx, which would page.tsx, yes. And I think we can remove this whole thing, import what we just created, and paste that in. All right, that's perfect. Now let's work on the pricing section. So constant pricing section return, we're gonna return a div. This div is gonna contain like a header that says pricing. Then we will have a subheader that says some text, flexible pricing to fit your needs. Sounds perfect. Let's do export default pricing section. We can include this in our landing page. All right, and I'm gonna replace this with a pricing section. Okay, let's update the styling. I'm gonna do capitalize on this one and then text 3XL to make it bigger. As for the subtext, let's do font extra bold, text 3XL, margin at the bottom will be large, and padding at the top 3. We are also going to center the text. list all the pricing that we're going to have. First, let's define the type of an object that pricing plan information would be. So, type pricing plan that equals to, so we're gonna have first like a title that would be string, then we have a price that would be a number description, also string, then there's one more is popular boolean, because the one that is popular we're gonna mark it and add like a text popular. And then we have features, we can define type feature as well. And then I'm gonna make all the types export because we're gonna need them in the plan card component. So type feature, actually this could be just a string. All right, let's create the list, which would be constant pricing plans. Let's see what we have. 3 projects, okay, and then we have, let's do free price 0, okay, and then we have, which we did $6.99, teams, limited project, and then we have yearly plan, which is $39.99. Okay, upgrade to save more. And we're going to take this pricing plan type, and before we map out the plans, we're gonna create a cards that are gonna hold them. So that would be new file pricing card.tsx. So that will take in that from the prop. So constant pricing card that equals to import pricing plan. All right, and let's just return all this information and then do styling afterwards. I'm just gonna print out title first. Export default pricing card, copying this. Oh, I have not saved it. Okay, going back here, I'm going to do import for this. And we create a new div here where we're gonna map those out. All right, let's see. So we do get all 3 options here. Let's do this one, update the styling. So I'm gonna move this in here so we can see the changes. And this one, class name, we're going to add some margin at the top. We're gonna make this grid. Items would be center, grid columns by default it would be 1. Let's add a gap in between them, and on larger screens would be grid columns 3. Also, let's do max with screen XL. Okay, so we don't notice a big of a difference yet. So on larger screens, it would be 3 per column. Okay, let's update the pricing card itself. So I'm gonna remove this first and create another div in which here we're gonna have a class name. This would be inline flex and items, and this is where we're gonna show the 2 information, which is actually just the price. Or yeah, let's do the price and then per the frequency extra bold. Or yeah, let's just do price bold text 3XL. Cool. Then we have a header 2 where we show the title. So that's the title, and I'm gonna make this bigger. Class name equals to font bold, text Excel, and margin on top and the bottom Y. We can do description after. Oh, we're not getting description here, so let's add that. Add some dividing line here, which would just be a div, where we're gonna add like a border at the bottom. So flex grow, because we want it to span the full width, and border either bottom or at the top. Border color gray 400, and opacity, I wanna set it to 25%. Margin Y3. Unordered list of the features. So here we are. Features.map, feature and index, and this would be list item key equals index. Then we are doing class name that equals to flex. Flex direction would be row, items center, text, let's make it gray 700, gap is 2, and margin Y is also 2. Before we get any error, let's just, yeah, we're not gonna see anything yet, but let's add a paragraph that shows the feature. All right, I'm also gonna add a checkmark icon from Lucid React. So let's import check from Lucid React and put that in here. Check class name equals text white. Let's do width, set it to 10, and height also to 10. So we won't be able to really see it yet, but we're gonna surround it with like a circle. So if we do here rounded full, that would make it as a circle. Flex items center, then we have justify center. Background, let's do black or gray. 800, 900 would be better. Okay, so width 4, and then the height would be 4, as for margin right 2. I'm gonna press enter, and that's how it's looking like. All right, then we can have a button that would be for selecting the plan. So separate div, I'm going to do, actually this time I'm just gonna use like a custom button. Select plan, class name equals to background, also gray 900. Padding Y is 2, margin at the top 3, rounded large. Text white, width full. All right, and let's add styling for this one. So we want the width, the height of all of the cards to be the same. So we're gonna add a border. So we're gonna have that border, then flex direction column. Let's also do justify between background white and like 20%, rounded large, height full, padding 6, and then on hover let's add a shadow medium. Text would be on the left side, and we're gonna have relative because the is popular sign would, and then we have one on smaller screens, is popular sign would be on one of those, and that's how the shadow looks nice on hover. So let's add that check if the plan is popular. So we do is popular and Let's see if that does it right. We also need to get that data here. All right, that looks good. We are going to write the functionality that when user selects this plan accordingly, they get redirected to the correct URL. So for the free plan, they won't need to subscribe, so they can just sign up and go to the dashboard to create a project. As for these other two, we need to we already have a subscribe button. We're just going to create a new page that will handle logic and display subscribe depending on which recurring period that they have picked. Okay, so what we can start with is inside pricing section where we have this data, we can add another field here that would be a URL. I'm gonna make this required. Okay, so now we have to redirect. We don't need to do sign up. We can do dashboard, and dashboard is already protected as we saw in middleware TypeScript. So they won't be able to see that without signing up. Here, another link that I'm gonna add to make sure is protected is the payments, because we don't want anyone accessing that without being configured, without being logged in, but the APIs are protected, so they won't be able to. I think, okay, missing this. So once we have that, this would be URL dashboard, and the URLs for this other two we are going to create now. All right, let's do inside payments, and we're gonna have another folder which would be subscribe. And here, let's do new file, page.tsx. And creating the page, what we need to take in the page is search parameters so that we know the URL would define if the plan is monthly or yearly. So we get that using search, and then we define the type for that, which would be all right, and let's get the plan, let's console log to make sure it shows up, and we're also going to return and import the subscribe button. So that would be and here, if we hover over, we're gonna see that we need to pass in the price. For now, we're gonna add just by default monthly price, and then based on the plan, we're gonna update that. So let's import monthly plan. That would be from, it was lib folder and a plan. Payments. All right, so plan, monthly plan ID. So I'm gonna go now to payments. I would have to log in first. It would be subscribe URL. And we're gonna have plan equals monthly. Default export, oh, we need to export default the page. All right, so our console log would be here. I mean console because it's a server component. So we do get the monthly. All right, so if plan equals to monthly, then display monthly, otherwise yearly. And then we're gonna take this, paste it in here. All right, so we are good on the logic. We're just gonna add some div here. Let's do border, some padding, rounded medium, and start your subscription now. Flex column, and I'm going to do width fit for this one. Let's do margin top 3. All right, so we're gonna go back to the pricing section and update the URL. So this would be first the monthly. And then we're gonna have yearly. All right, going to the pricing card logic, we're gonna turn this into a client component. We need to define like handlers for button and also import the hook for use router. It's next navigation. All right, constant router equals to use router, constant on click, that would equal to router push, and we're gonna get also URL. Let's pass this on click to a button. All right, let's try it out. So I'm gonna go back to the local host. If I select plan, I get redirected here. And if I'm logged in, then it will ask me to log in and then go to that page. Now let's further update the landing page, and first section above the payments and that's gonna show up, we're gonna add is a hero section. So let's go create a component for that. I'll create a new file. Let's name it hero.tsx, and we create a component. It will create like a main header image, like a subheader, and also callout buttons. So let's export defaulted, and as for the buttons, I'm going to import a button from components, UI, and a button. Going to import this here. Let's add that in. Instead of div, I'm gonna do a section, and I'll add a class name grow. Then I will create another div. That would have two sections. So in the first section, we are going to have an H1 and a paragraph. So what we're gonna do is, let's say, feedback seamlessly. let's do integrate. Easily integrate sounds better. All right, so after this div, we're gonna have another div for a buttons. So that's those two. For the get started, I'm gonna use the login icons that we have for header, inside header. Oh, that's the menu. Let's do page header. And I'm gonna import both of this. So if they're logged in, then maybe we're gonna redirect them to a dashboard page, and then if not, then we can do just like sign in button the same way we have here. So let's do that. And we need to add a closing tag. All right, for signed in, let's do dashboard. And we don't need the user button. And then let's do sign up instead of sign in. Cool, and let's see, now we have dashboard and we need the router because actually we don't need the router, we can just do link, import link from next link. And we're gonna do button as child. Then we will have link href that equals to dashboard. All right. So then this, we navigate to the dashboard. All right, I'm gonna log out now to see without the login how it looks like. And for the icons, I'll add another button for the GitHub link and login icon. So login, GitHub, that will be coming from Lucid React. And we add one inside here, that would be login class name, so width for, height 4, margin on the right 2. And then another button that would contain the GitHub. And let's do, so for this one, if I save it, oh, single child. Okay, yes, we are gonna create a fragment. Now it should be good. Has multiple children. Okay, so I guess the fragment doesn't work. So let's make this not the class name, but variant secondary, so it looks different. We want primary focus on the get started, and let's add the word GitHub. All right, I'm gonna do class name flex and gap 3. And here, same thing we can do as child and then add a link, href equals github.com or wherever the repo link is. Goes on the left bottom corner, the link, but if we add, we need to add HTTPS, otherwise it's gonna think that it's inside our application. And then the h1 class name, margin bottom 5, text 5XL, font extra bold and leading, let's do tight, so larger text, and maybe smaller one on smaller screens. Or actually, I think the size is good. It's just, let's do, actually I'm gonna update that later. But on the paragraph, that equals to text gray 500, text large. Class name, this would be max width is small, and then margin at the bottom 8. So it like kind of, we have a space here for the image. And this one, let's do class name container. It would be centered, padding x4, margin y 24, and max width. I think we already have this for the layer. Okay, so we have some space here and below. All right, now I'm going to add a demo image here, and the image that I have is actually a GIF, which I thought the animated GIF gets more attention, so I stored it in a public folder where we can have assets, and I made it with this tool called GIFux, and I'll link the URL for this if you want to do the same. So that's our GIF, and we can just use that inside of an image, and the way we do that is just like any image, we create one, we add the source, so source would be our public folder, so we already have access to that, so we just need to put the name demo.gif. As for the as alt text, it would be demo, and then we have a layout that I am going to set to responsive. Width and height, so my image is kind of like a square, so I'm gonna set both of them to same, and if we do unoptimized true, that way we can have this animated GIF, otherwise NextJs by default optimizes images. So let's take a look at it now. So it's showing up and it's getting looped, which is really cool. Now let's place this on the side here. So if I were to wrap this to another container, flex column. Oh. Right. And then I'm gonna do this one on the parent container instead. And then this I'll also do flex row, so this one can be pushed up to the side. And let's see in terms of the height how we can better change that so it matches the height of this. This is larger than we have the space, so we can wrap this into a div and set the flex to 1, so it just takes the remaining space. I'm gonna save that. And let's also, so because I have this, I guess, extra space here in the image, that's why it's showing up maybe a little bit below. But what we can do is we can make this one show up in the other ones. So let's do, so we can use this and then use flex n to push them down here so they're at the same level. So all right, and for that, I'm gonna make the margin top smaller. So this would be margin bottom, then margin top, let's do 12. All right, and then on smaller screens, we won't be able to see this. So let's do flex column instead. So flex column would be default, and then on medium flex row, so it shows up below. Actually, I'm just gonna do justify center instead. That would make more sense. All right. The next section that we're going to add before the pricing is going to be a features section where we showcase all the features that our app has. And then for that, first I'm gonna create a card that we're gonna use to display those features. So that one, let's do inside also landing page, new file. I'm gonna name it feature.tsx. So it would be constant feature. It will take in two things, title and description of the feature. And then we first need to define the type. So both of them would be a string, and then we can just return a div that shows the title and description. For the class name, I'm gonna do padding 5, border, and some rounded LG. Let's also add shadow medium. For header, let's do 4 instead. Class name, margin at the bottom 2, and then font semi-bold. Cool. Description we're gonna leave as it is. Let's do export default feature. Now let's do new file, features dash section. Gonna do three of them. We don't have icons. Then we have analytics. So this is for the admin dashboard. All right. And then let's also import the feature that we just created. All right, let's see how it created it. So yep, it would be a section, background gray. I don't know about that. Let's do container, margin auto, max width screen Excel, and padding for margin wide 24. So then we're gonna have a header explaining what this is. So let's do features, add a class name, which is margin at the bottom 6. Actually, before I proceed, I'm just gonna import this so we can see the changes. And let's add that in between here. All right, that looks good. Let's change the header, so text to Excel, font would be bold. As for the grid, I think that one looks good. Right, and I'm also going to flex and items center and flex column. We can add maybe another 3 would be nice. All right. Cool. Let's update the background. As you can see, this one is transparent, so we can see what's going on in the background. And that would be a page header, background white 20%, and I'll do backdrop blur maybe medium, so it's more like this. And final part in here, we're going to add a footer that will show up at the end of this page. Actually, we can do that in the layout. I'll create the component for that. All right, 2024. Let's add that in the page. Import footer. Right. A class name. Let's add some margins. And I'll change the color of this. This would be text gray 800. All right, let's also add border at the top. Let's do flex width full. Padding, that would be 4. So we have space between border and the heading, the text. We are ready for the deployment, and for deployment, we're going to use Vercel. It provides a really easy deployment, especially for Next.js and React framework projects. And there's 2 steps. One is uploading your code to GitHub, creating a new repository, and then configuring environment variables. So go ahead and push both of the projects to GitHub, and we're going to configure them as separate repos. One thing to note, that your env file should not be added in the GitHub because it contains sensitive information that we don't want others to be able to see. So what we're going to do in the git ignore, and you have to make sure that your env file is not visible once you're pushing. So for some reason, in this Vite app that we have for the widget, that env file is not included. So I guess if we rename this or .env.local, then you can see it's a little bit grayed out, then it's getting ignored. And yeah, or the other way would be also adding .env here. And once I have that uploaded to the GitHub, I'm gonna add a new project. This is linked to my GitHub, so I'll select the name of the repository here. I'll do import, so that's for the widget. The name, I'm gonna leave it the same. Framework preset, make sure this one is bit. As for the environment variables, we need to add them now from .env. So first is the name of the variable, and then here is value. And once those are ready, we hit deploy. We're gonna navigate, since here, right now it is deployed, we don't have the thumbnail because this is just the widget, so we don't actually have like a page or a website. So let's continue to the dashboard and get the domains. We can check the domains. And in the in the dashboard itself, which users are going to be using, we need to update the widget URL. And that is coming from, we don't need the type definitions, .env. And then once we deploy this one, we would also need that as well. I don't need to push any changes. I'm gonna go back to my dashboard and add a new project. So this one would be the Next.js project. Here I'm gonna import, and same thing for this one, framework preset Next.js, and copy all the names from .env.local file and add them. The name would go in the key, value would go here. Once that is ready, I'm gonna hit deploy on that one as well. Deployment is ready. I'm gonna click the preview. Here we can test it to make sure all the functionalities and integrations work as expected. And if we even go to our projects, let's do projects, and here I'm gonna view project on this one, embed code, and even if we already have the URL of our next widget ourselves, so we can copy this. And we can add this even, let's say, usually depends on the framework where you add it, but even the no-code tools have a place where they add like a, I'm gonna try running this again, npm run start, npm run dev. And here we are. And we can even take this script code and integrate it into our own Next.js project, but in general, this is how we would be integrated in Next.js project. If it's a version 14, they have this like script tag versus in other, I think just React you would use just basic script. So, but here you import the script specifically from NextScript. And I also imported the head. So in the head, I added the script. And in the body, we don't need this in the head. I added the widget tag, and that's our widget here. But for just the React, this is how we would do, just update the code because this file comes from the local, but if we wanted to do from the deployed version, this would be in the body, we would add a tag with project ID because we need to pass this attribute to so that we know which project this should pass the store the feedbacks against, and then followed by a script. So yeah, that would be it for this tutorial. And if you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe to my channel and also turn on the notifications so you don't miss the next video. And best thing for learning is to, I guess, practice. And if you would like to add a features here, I have a few suggestions. What could be done is you can also let the users customize the field names, so it doesn't necessarily have to be name, email, and feedback. Maybe users have even like a different theme, so there could be configurations that customizes the styling of the widget. These are just some suggestions. Of course, you should follow what you think is the best next feature, and I'll see you in the next video.